Hello, and welcome back to Historian at Midnight. Before we go anywhere else tonight, before Medusa's head, or the golden fleece or the wooden horse waiting outside a city that had already stopped believing it could fall, we are going to sit for a moment in a single house in the city of Thebes, on an afternoon that started by every surviving account as an ordinary one. A woman named Megara was inside that house with her 3 young sons, boys named by the playwright who told their story most fully, Thrymachus, Creontiades, and Diacune, and their father had just come home. He had been away for a long time, on business that had taken him to the underworld itself and back, and his return should have been the happiest afternoon that house had seen in years. It was not. Something had come into him on the road, or perhaps it had always been waiting inside him, and had simply never before found the right afternoon to arrive, and by the time it left him again, hours later, his wife and all 3 of his sons were dead, and it was his own hands and no one else's that had killed them. The man's name was Heracles, and if you already know him at all, you almost certainly know him as the strongest man who ever lived. The hero who wrestled a lion barehanded and cleaned out an entire kingdom's stables in a single afternoon, and hauled a 3-headed dog up out of hell itself on a leash. And every one of those things is true, and none of them is where his story actually begins. His story begins in that house, with that grief, with a man kneeling in the wreckage of the only family he had ever built, and the 12 labours that made him famous were not the beginning of his heroism at all. They were the punishment he chose for himself afterward, a debt he spent the rest of his life trying and failing to pay off. Sit with that for a moment before we go any further, because it is exactly the kind of detail this whole night is going to keep circling back to. Ask an ordinary person on an ordinary street today to describe a Greek hero, and you will get some version of the same 3 or 4 images every time. A lion's pelt worn like a cloak, a wooden horse rolled through a gate, an arrow finding a single unprotected heel, a woman turned to stone by a monster's stare, and then turned back into a weapon by the man who cut off that monster's head. Ask that same person what any of these men actually cost the people who loved them, and most of the time you will get silence, not because the answer isn't there in the old sources, but because the word hero itself, across nearly 3,000 years of retelling, has quietly done something very particular to the stories it was attached to. It has kept the labour and thrown away the wound. Here, then, is the thesis this whole long night is going to try to earn, stated as plainly as this channel knows how to state anything. A hero, in the oldest Greek sense of that word, was never a moral category at all, never a badge for goodness the way it has slowly become in the language you and I use today, and nearly every single man and woman this account is about to introduce you to purchased whatever glory eventually attached to their name with a private cost that the glory itself was never built to remember. Tonight we are going in search of that cost, name by name, story by story, not to tear these figures down, because every one of them also did something that genuinely deserves the word wonder, but to put the whole ledger back together, the labour on one side and the wound on the other, the way it must have actually looked to the people standing closest to it at the time. We are not going to stop at the 3 or 4 names everyone already half remembers either, though we will not skip them, because skipping Heracles or Achilles or Odysseus in a story about Greek heroes would be its own kind of dishonesty. We are going further than that, back to Perseus, the very first of them, cutting the head off a monster before anyone else in his family's long line had even attempted anything of the kind, and forward past him to Bellerophon, who flew too high on a borrowed set of wings and paid for it in a way most retellings today have quietly forgotten to mention. We are going to spend real time with Theseus, who freed a city from a monster in a maze and then spent the rest of his life doing things to the women around him that no honest telling can simply leave out. We are going to give a full account at long last to Atalanta, one of the only women this entire tradition allowed to stand in the same company as these men, and to Meleager, whose own story is bound up with hers in a way that ends about as badly as any story in this whole mythology ends. We are going to sail with Jason after the Golden Fleece, and walk the walls of Troy with Achilles, and follow Odysseus across 10 more years of open water after that war was finally over, and sit near the very end of the night with two men who were heroes in a stranger and quieter sense than any of the others, a king named Oedipus who solved a riddle that doomed him, and a singer named Orpheus who nearly sang his way out of death itself and lost everything in the final half-second of the attempt. Every one of them is coming. None of them is getting the flattened single-image version tonight. Before we go any further into that long and crowded company, take a moment now to like this video and to subscribe to this channel, though only if you are genuinely the kind of listener who likes settling into a long, unhurried night exactly like this one, because that is truly the only reason worth doing either. This is still, if you're new to us, a fairly small channel, sitting right around 1,000 subscribers and reaching slowly and patiently toward 10,000. And if the company you came looking for tonight is a calm voice, willing to sit with you until your own eyes finally give out, then helping this small channel take one more step toward that number would mean a great deal more than it probably sounds like it should. If you are watching this on YouTube, know that new episodes actually reach Spotify for creators a little earlier than they reach here, so the link waiting in the description below will let you hear whatever comes next before almost anyone else does. And if you found your way to us the other direction, arriving here tonight from Spotify, the rest of this channel is only ever a single search away. Just look for Historian at Midnight on YouTube, and if it suits you, drop your city and your local time into the comments before your eyes finally close tonight. Not because it changes a single word of the story you're about to hear, but because there is something quietly steadying about knowing that some other tired stranger on some other side of the same turning planet is listening to the exact same old company of monster killers and grave diggers work its way, name by name, back into the light. Let the room settle now, however it wants to settle around you, whatever that looks like tonight, and let your attention loosen its grip a little, because where we are going next does not need you sharp, only willing, and the men and women waiting for us. There have been waiting a very long time already for someone to actually ask what all of this cost them. Before we reach any of them individually though, it is worth spending a few minutes on a question most retellings never bother to ask at all, which is simply this. What did the word hero actually mean to the people who first used it, before 3,000 years of English translation quietly changed its shape into something closer to what we mean by the word today? Open the oldest surviving Greek poem that uses the word at all, Homer's Iliad, composed by ear and voice for generations before anyone ever thought to write it down, probably reaching something close to the form we have it in today, around the 8th century before the Common Era, and you will notice something almost immediately that most modern readers miss entirely. Homer calls nearly every fighting man on that battlefield outside Troy a hero, Greek and Trojan alike. The men we would call the good side, and the men we would call the enemy, using the word not as praise for moral goodness, but as a simple description of social rank, something closer to nobleman or warrior of high birth than to our own modern sense of a person who does the right thing under pressure. A hero, in Homer's own mouth, was simply a man of a certain age and a certain class, descended often from a god or goddess a few generations back, expected to fight in the front rank and expected, above all, to be remembered for it, whether what he was remembered for was admirable or monstrous. Achilles is a hero in this sense. So is Hector, the Trojan prince he eventually kills. So, for that matter, is nearly every named man who dies on either side of that entire 10-year war, because being a hero, in the oldest surviving use of the word, was never about which side of a moral line you stood on. It was about being the kind of person whose death was worth a poet's attention at all. That older meaning survived for centuries alongside a second, stranger sense of the word that has almost entirely disappeared from ordinary modern use, and it is worth naming plainly here because it explains something about nearly every figure this night is going to introduce you to. Across the classical Greek world, a hero was also, quite literally, a category of the dead, a specific kind of departed spirit believed to remain locally powerful after death, in a way an ordinary ghost was not, tied to a particular tomb, a particular city, a particular patch of ground, and worshipped there with offerings, sacrifices, and festivals held not at some distant temple, but at the hero's own grave, which was understood to be the actual physical seat of whatever power that hero still possessed. This was called hero cult, and it was not a metaphor or a literary device. It was lived religious practice, attested by inscriptions and by the physical remains of shrines that archaeologists have excavated across Greece, built directly on top of Bronze Age tombs, whose original occupants the classical Greeks no longer even remembered by name, simply because an old, impressive grave was itself evidence enough that someone powerful must be buried there. A hero, understood this way, was fundamentally different from a god. Gods were deathless, universal, worshipped the same way from one end of the Greek world to the other. Heroes were dead, local and personal, tied to one particular hillside or one particular city wall, believed to defend that specific place the way a jealous, protective ancestor might defend a house he could no longer physically stand inside of. When the city of Sparta, centuries after the fact, went looking for the supposed bones of a hero named Orestes to bring home and bury inside their own walls, believing an oracle's promise that possessing those bones would win them a war, they were not performing empty theatre. They believed, in the most literal sense available to them, that they were bringing a genuinely useful piece of power home. It is worth sitting, honestly, with how strange that older meaning is compared to the word we use today. When a modern speaker calls someone a hero, they're almost always making a claim about that person's character, about courage freely chosen or sacrifice freely made in the service of something larger than themselves. When Homer or Pindar or an ordinary worshipper at a roadside shrine called someone a hero, they were making a claim about rank in one breath, and about a specific, localized kind of power after death in the next, and neither claim had very much to do with whether that person had actually behaved well while they were alive. Heracles, as tonight's cold open should already have made unmistakably clear, killed his own children in a fit of madness and is still, by any ancient definition of the word, one of the single greatest heroes the Greek world ever produced. Theseus abandoned a woman who had saved his life on a beach in the middle of the night, and is still remembered, across the whole of Athenian tradition, as the very founder of the city itself. The word simply was not built to exclude behaviour like that, and it is only across the many centuries since, as Christian morality and then modern secular ethics gradually reshaped what an admirable life was supposed to look like, that heroes slowly narrowed down into something closer to saint. A narrowing. This whole night is going to spend its time quietly, patiently undoing, one name at a time, until you can hear the older, harder, more honest word underneath the modern one again. Before going any further into that older word's actual company, it is worth naming plainly and all at once exactly who told us any of this in the first place, because a night this long owes its listener at least that much honesty about where the whole story is actually coming from. Homer stands first and largest, the presumed author, or perhaps simply the name later tradition, gave to a much older oral tradition, behind both the Iliad and the Odyssey, composing sometime in the 8th century before the Common Era, out of centuries of unwritten, sung and half-remembered material that had already been circulating for hundreds of years by the time it reached him. Hesiod, a shepherd poet working in roughly the same period, gives us, in a mostly lost work called the Catalogue of Women, an enormous genealogical scaffolding connecting nearly every hero this tradition produced back to a mortal woman a god had once fallen in love with, surviving today only in fragments quoted by later authors, tantalizing and incomplete. An entire cluster of other early epics, collectively called the epic cycle, filled in nearly everything Homer himself left out. The causes of the Trojan War, the death of Achilles, the fall of the city, the long voyages home. Every one of those poems is lost now in its original form, known to us only through brief prose summaries and scattered quotations preserved by later writers. a loss this account will name honestly every time it comes up, rather than pretending those gaps do not exist. Centuries later, the tragedians of 5th century Athens, Aeschylus and Sophocles and Euripides above all, took these old heroic figures and gave them an interior life no earlier source had bothered to imagine, staging their worst moments, their grief and their guilt and their doubt, in front of audiences of thousands. And it is largely through their plays, rather than through Homer, that we know the fullest version of stories like Heracles' madness or Oedipus's fall. Pindar, working in the same century, wrote victriodes for athletes that constantly invoke these same heroes as models, mining their stories for lessons about glory and its cost. Apollonius of Rhodes, writing centuries later still in the great library city of Alexandria, gives us the only fully surviving account of Jason's voyage. Apollodorus, whose own precise identity and dates remain genuinely uncertain, even to modern scholars, compiled, probably sometime in the 1st or 2nd century of the Common Era, a single systematic handbook called the Bibliotheca that tried to gather nearly the entire sprawling mythological tradition into one continuous cross-reference genealogy. And it is this single, patient, largely anonymous compiler's work that lets modern audiences hold this whole tangled family tree of heroes in their heads at all. And Pausanias, a Greek travel writer working in the 2nd century of the Common Era under Roman rule, walked the actual physical roads of Greece himself, describing tombs and shrines and cult statues he had seen with his own 2 eyes, giving us, uniquely among all these sources, actual eyewitness testimony to what hero worship still looked like in practice, centuries after the events it commemorated. It is worth being honest too about how thoroughly these sources disagree with one another, sometimes on details large enough to change the entire moral shape of a story. Different authors, writing centuries apart in different cities under different political pressures, give conflicting accounts of who Atalanta actually married, of whether Medea killed her own children deliberately or lost them to a Corinthian mob, of whether Helen ever really went to Troy at all, or spent the whole war safely in Egypt, while the armies fought over a phantom made of cloud. This account will name those disagreements honestly every single time they matter, rather than smoothing them into a single false certainty, because a night built around the argument that these figures deserve their full, complicated truth cannot, in good conscience, flatten that truth back down the moment it becomes inconvenient. There is one more piece of this puzzle worth setting in place before the individual stories begin, because it explains something about the shape every single one of these lives is about to take. Greek myth almost never lets a hero simply succeed, and then rest. Nearly every figure this account is about to introduce follows something close to the same underlying rhythm. A birth already marked by some unusual danger or promise, a childhood spent proving unusual strength or unusual cleverness, a central ordeal or labour that becomes the story's most famous image, and then, almost without exception, a final act that undercuts or complicates or outright ruins whatever glory the central ordeal earned. Perseus kills Medusa, and then, decades later, kills his own grandfather with a stray discus throw an old prophecy had been warning about the entire time. Heracles labours his way to godhood and dies screaming, poisoned by his own wife's well-meant mistake. Theseus frees Athens from a monster and dies in exile, pushed off a cliff by a king who was supposed to be his host. Notice this pattern now, because it is going to recur across nearly every single name that follows, and it is, this account would argue, one of the single most important things Greek myth is actually trying to tell you about the shape of an extraordinary life. That the ordeal everyone remembers is very rarely the part that actually determined how the story ended. So let this next hour, and the many that follow it, belong to that older, harder company. The men and women a whole civilization once genuinely believed still lay watchful and half awake, beneath their own particular hillsides, waiting for offerings, waiting for festivals held in their honour, waiting, more than anything else, for someone willing to bring them the one thing every single one of them has been quietly starved of for most of the 3,000 years since. the whole story, wound included, rather than only the part that made a good statue. Come with me now, back past the wooden horse and the poisoned shirt and the golden apples, all the way to the very beginning of this whole long company, to a locked bronze chamber, a king afraid of his own daughter, and a baby about to be sealed into a wooden chest and set adrift on an open sea. The king's name was Achilles, and he ruled the city of Argos, and the daughter he was afraid of was named Danae, and the fear itself had not come from anything Danae had done, but from an oracle Achilles himself had gone looking for, the way frightened kings in this mythology so often do, asking the god Apollo's priestess at Delphi whether he would ever have a son to inherit his throne. The answer he received was not the one he wanted. He would have no son at all, the oracle told him, but his daughter would bear a son of her own one day, and that grandson, when he was grown, would kill him. Achilles did what a smaller, less honest telling of this story might soften into something more forgivable, and what this account is going to name exactly as plainly as Apollodorus himself names it. He built his own daughter a prison, a chamber of bronze, sunk partly underground or raised on a bronze tower depending on which ancient source you trust, sealed against any ordinary visitor, was constructed specifically to keep Danae away from every man in the kingdom for the rest of her natural life. A father's answer to a frightening prophecy that amounted in practice to erasing his own daughter's entire future, rather than risk his own. It didn't work, because in this mythology it essentially never works, and the god who found his way into that sealed chamber anyway was Zeus, arriving, according to the version of the story that has survived best, not as a man or a bull or a swan the way he approached so many other mortal women, but as a shower of gold pouring down through whatever gap the builders of that bronze chamber had failed to seal completely. Danae conceived a son from that encounter and named him Perseus, and managed for a while to keep his existence hidden from her own father, inside the very prison that father had built to prevent exactly this outcome. When Achilles finally discovered the child, whether through a servant's confession or simply through the sound of an infant's crying reaching him through walls of solid bronze, his response was, once again, not murder in the direct sense, the one crime this mythology's own moral logic almost always refused to let even its cruelest kings commit outright against their own blood, but something closer to it in every practical sense that mattered. He sealed his daughter and his infant grandson together inside a wooden chest, and had that chest carried down to the sea and set adrift, leaving to the ocean and to chance the killing his own hand would not directly perform. It is worth pausing on what that chest must have actually been like from the inside, a detail almost no retelling bothers to imagine, because nearly every other part of this myth gets illustrated somewhere, painted on some vase or carved into some frieze, while this one, the actual hours or days a mother spent in the dark with her infant son, salt water slapping against wooden planks a hand's width from both their faces, no way to know whether the next sound she heard would be rescue or a final splintering collapse, survives only as a single clause in a longer sentence. Danae had no way of knowing, floating in that darkness, whether Perseus would live to see his first birthday, and yet the ancient sources agree that she did not despair, that she held her son and by some accounts sang to him through the worst of it, the small, private heroism of a mother refusing to let her own terror become the last thing her child ever felt, an act of courage this mythology never gave her a monster to fight or a labour to complete in order to earn, and one this account intends to name as courage anyway, because it plainly was. The chest washed ashore at last on the island of Seriphos, and was found in one of this mythology's stranger small mercies by a fisherman named Dictys, a kind and unremarkable man who took the mother and her son into his own household and raised the boy as his own, asking nothing in return beyond the ordinary decency any honest person owes to a stranger the sea has just delivered to their feet. Dictys' own brother, however, was the island's king, a man named Polydectes, and it is through Polydectes that this story's actual central ordeal begins to take shape, because Polydectes, watching Perseus grow into a young man, and watching Danae herself remain, across all those years, a woman he wanted for his own wife, whether she wanted him or not, eventually devised a plan to remove the one obstacle standing most directly between himself and what he wanted, which was Danae's now grown and fiercely protective son. Polydectes announced with a cunning that this mythology reserves for its more petty tyrants, rather than its great villains, that he was collecting bridal gifts to win the hand of a different woman entirely, and demanded that every young man on the island contribute a horse toward that collection, knowing full well that Perseus, raised by a poor fisherman rather than a wealthy household, owned no horse to give. Perseus, proud and young and unwilling to be publicly shamed in front of the entire court for a poverty that was not his own fault, made the single boast that would define the rest of his life. He declared that he would bring Polydectes anything else the king named instead, anything at all, and Polydectes, seeing exactly the opening he had been waiting for, named the one thing in the entire world he was fairly confident would simply get rid of the boy for good. He asked for the head of Medusa. It is worth naming plainly, here, exactly what that request actually meant, because Medusa's own story deserves more honesty than the single flattened image of a monster with snakes for hair usually receives. Medusa was one of 3 sisters called the Gorgons, and in the oldest surviving accounts, Hesiod's among them, all 3 sisters were monstrous from birth, daughters of ancient sea deities, with bronze hands and golden wings and hair made of living, hissing serpents so terrible to look upon that any living creature who met their gaze directly turned instantly to stone. But a considerably later and more haunting version of the story, one preserved by the Roman poet Ovid centuries after Hesiod, tells it differently, and this account owes it to Medusa to include that version honestly, rather than pretend only the older one exists. In Ovid's telling, Medusa was once a beautiful mortal woman, renowned above all for the singular loveliness of her hair, until the sea god Poseidon assaulted her inside the goddess Athena's own temple, and Athena, rather than direct her anger at the god who had committed the actual violation, an assault she was powerless or unwilling to punish given his rank among the Olympians, turned her fury instead against the victim, transforming Medusa's famous hair into serpents and cursing her face into the very thing that would turn anyone who looked upon it to stone. Whether this later, crueler version reflects genuinely ancient tradition or a distinctly Roman literary invention is a question modern scholars still debate honestly, and this account will not pretend the debate is settled. But it is worth sitting with regardless, because it means that the monster Perseus was sent to kill may, in at least one major strand of this tradition, have been a victim first, punished twice over, once by the god who assaulted her, and once by the goddess who should have protected her, before a third party ever arrived with a sword. Perseus did not set out on this errand alone, or unaided, and it is here that this mythology's own logic reveals something worth naming honestly about what heroism actually required in this world, not raw personal strength so much as the right divine relationships. Athena and Hermes, both of them, took an interest in Perseus's quest, whether out of genuine goodwill towards Zeus's son or, in Athena's case, out of some tangled motive this account will not pretend to fully untangle, given her own disputed role in Medusa's transformation, and between the two of them they equipped him with nearly everything the task actually required. A curved sword or sickle from Hermes, capable of severing the Gorgon's neck in a single stroke. A polished bronze shield from Athena that would let him track Medusa's location by her reflection, rather than her direct and petrifying gaze, and from a trio of nymphs whose location he had to extract first from 3 ancient sisters, called the Grey. By stealing the single eye and single tooth, the 3 of them were forced to share between them a cap of invisibility, a pair of wing sandals, and a special pouch called a kibisis, strong enough to safely carry a severed head whose gaze remained lethal even in death. It is worth pausing honestly on that detour through the Grey, because it is one of the stranger and more uncomfortable moments in Perseus's own story, and most modern retellings simply skip it. The Grey were 3 sisters, born old, sharing a single eye and a single tooth between the three of them, passing each one back and forth as they took turns seeing and speaking, and Perseus's method for extracting information from them was not persuasion or bargaining but theft. He waited until the eye was mid-transfer between two of the sisters' hands and snatched it from the air, holding their only working sense hostage until they told him what he needed to know. It is a small, cold detail easy to lose inside a larger story about monster slaying, but it deserves naming honestly, because it shows a young hero, still years away from his most famous act, already willing to use cruelty against three defenceless elderly women as a simple means to an end. A detail that complicates, right at the very outset of his story, any picture of Perseus as a simple, uncomplicated force for good. Armed and equipped at last, Perseus found the Gorgon's lair at the edge of the world, and approached Medusa while she slept, using Athena's polished shield as a mirror to guide his aim without ever meeting her petrifying gaze directly, and severed her head with a single stroke of Hermes' sword. From her neck, in one of this mythology's stranger and more striking images, sprang two children she had apparently been carrying, unborn, at the moment of her death, fathered, in every surviving account by Poseidon himself during that same assault Ovid describes. A winged horse named Pegasus, who was going to matter enormously to this night's very next story, and a giant named Chrysaor. Perseus sealed the still lethal head inside his kibyssus and fled, pursued briefly by Medusa's two surviving sister Gorgons, escaping only because his cap of invisibility kept them from ever locating him. On his way back to Seriphos, Perseus's path took him past the coast of a kingdom called Ethiopia, where he encountered a sight that turned his own long and difficult quest for a moment into something closer to a rescue than a return home. A young woman named Andromeda, chained naked to a rock at the edge of the sea, offered up as a sacrifice to a sea monster sent by Poseidon himself, in punishment for her own mother's boast that Andromeda's beauty surpassed that of the sea nymphs called the Nereids. It is worth naming plainly here exactly whose fault this actually was, because so many retellings let the boast and its punishment blur together as though Andromeda herself had done something to deserve chains and a monster, when in fact the entire ordeal was the direct consequence of her mother Cassiopeia's own vanity, visited entirely onto a daughter who had said nothing and boasted of nothing at all. Perseus, seeing her chained there, did not hesitate, and used Medusa's own severed head, still lethal even separated from her body, to turn the approaching sea monster to stone, freeing Andromeda and, in the negotiation that followed with her grateful parents, winning her hand in marriage as his reward. A marriage that, unlike so many others in this mythology, the surviving sources actually describe as a genuinely happy and lasting one, producing several children and enduring by most accounts for the rest of both their lives, returning at last to Seriphos with Andromeda at his side and Medusa's head still sealed inside his pouch. Perseus discovered that Polydectes, in the years of his absence, had continued pressing his unwanted attention on Danae, who had taken refuge, alongside the fisherman Dictys, at a temple altar to escape him. Perseus's response was swift, and, this account will name honestly, considerably more final than the strict letter of self-defence required. He confronted Polydect directly in his own court, and when the king refused to believe that Perseus had actually accomplished the task he had been sent to complete, Perseus drew Medusa's head from its pouch and turned the entire court, Polydectes included, to stone on the spot, ending in a single irreversible act, both the threat to his mother and the life of every other man who happened to be standing in that room at the time, courtiers whose only crime, in most versions of this story, was simply being present. It is worth sitting with that detail honestly rather than letting the satisfying justice of Polydectes' own death obscure it. An entire hall of men, most of them almost certainly guilty of nothing beyond loyalty to their own king, were turned to stone alongside him, collateral casualties of a young hero's righteous fury, the first but very far from the last time this night is going to ask you to notice how much ordinary, uninvolved life gets swept up in the wake of a hero settling a score. Perseus placed Dictys, the fisherman who had raised him with nothing to gain from it, on the throne of Seriphos in Polydectes' place, and set out, at last, for home, intending to reconcile with the grandfather who had once sealed him and his mother inside a chest and set them adrift to die. Acrisius, hearing that his grandson was returning and remembering the old oracle that had never actually stopped haunting him, fled the city of Argos rather than face the very fate he had spent Perseus' entire life trying to prevent. And it is here that this mythology delivers one of its coldest and most quietly devastating ironies. Perseus, years later, competing in athletic games in a city his grandfather happened to be visiting incognito, threw a discus during the competition that was carried off course, whether by a gust of wind or simply by chance, and struck an elderly spectator standing at the edge of the crowd, killing him instantly. That spectator was Acrisius, the very death the old king had spent his entire adult life trying to outrun through cruelty toward his own daughter and grandson found him anyway. In the end, not through any deliberate act of vengeance on Perseus's part, but through a random accident neither man could have seen coming, a detail worth sitting with honestly because it undercuts, almost completely, any tidy moral this story might otherwise seem to be offering. Acrisius' own cruelty brought him nothing at all in the end except decades of fear he did not need to carry. And Perseus, who never once sought his grandfather's death and grieved it genuinely when it happened, became a killer anyway, exactly as prophesied, through no choice or malice of his own whatsoever. Both hands of Perseus' own story deserve to be held open here, together, before this account moves on. In one hand, a boy raised in poverty by a kind fisherman who set out with almost nothing but borrowed divine equipment and his own courage, killed a monster who may herself have been a victim first, and used that monster's own severed head to save a chained and innocent woman from a punishment she had done nothing to deserve, becoming, by every measure this mythology actually cared about, a genuinely admirable young man. In the other hand, a young man willing to hold 3 old women's shared eye hostage without a second thought, willing to turn an entire hall of possibly innocent courtiers to stone in a single furious moment, and ultimately, however unintentionally, the instrument of the exact grandfather-killing prophecy an old man had spent his whole life trying and failing to prevent, through cruelty that accomplished nothing except making that same old man's final years lonelier and more fearful than they needed to be. Perseus went on, after all of this, to found the great city of Mycenae, according to several later traditions, becoming an ancestor, several generations down his own line, to the very hero whose ruined family this whole night already opened with. Heracles himself traced his lineage directly back through Perseus' own son. A genealogical thread this account will pick back up properly when Heracles' own turn arrives, and Perseus, alone among nearly every hero this night is going to introduce you to, was eventually said to have been placed among the stars after his death, alongside Andromeda and her own parents, a whole small constellation family still visible in the night sky above you right now. If the season and the clouds happen to cooperate, a fitting enough resting place, this account would argue, for the one hero in this entire long company whose story, whatever its darker corners, at least managed to end in something closer to peace than nearly any of the names still waiting for us tonight. Turn now to a hero whose story shares Perseus' winged horse and almost nothing else of Perseus' eventual peace. A young man named Bellerophon, whose own beginning was ordinary enough, the son of a Corinthian king, until an accident, a killing this mythology never fully agrees on the details of, whether a brother or simply an unnamed fellow citizen, sent him into exile and into the service of a king named Protus, who ruled the city of Tiryns. It was in Protus's own household that Bellerophon's story took its first genuinely dangerous turn, when Protus's wife, a woman named Antea or Stheneboia depending on the source, attempted to seduce the young exile living under her husband's roof, and, when Bellerophon refused her, went to her husband instead with the opposite accusation, claiming that Bellerophon had attempted to force himself upon her. It is worth naming plainly here a pattern this mythology repeats often enough that it deserves to be recognised as a pattern, rather than a coincidence each time it recurs. A woman's false accusation of assault, used as a weapon against a man who has actually refused her advances, appears again and again across Greek myth, in Bellerophon's story, and later tonight in Theseus' own household as well, and this account will name the pattern honestly each time it surfaces rather than treating it as an isolated event, while also naming, with equal honesty, that this same mythology contains at least as many genuine and horrifying assaults committed by men against women who never consented at all. Medusa's own story standing as only the first example this night has already given you. Proetus, believing his wife's accusation, could not bring himself to kill a guest who had eaten at his own table, since the laws of hospitality this mythology takes extremely seriously, forbade murdering a man under his own roof, and so he did what Achilles had done to Perseus a generation earlier, finding an indirect route toward the same end. He sent Bellerophon to his own father-in-law, a king named Diomedes who ruled in Lycia, carrying a sealed letter that asked Diomedes to kill the messenger who delivered it, without ever telling Bellerophon himself what that letter actually contained. Diomedes, like Achilles and Polydectes before him, did not simply murder a guest outright, and instead devised a task he fully expected would accomplish the same result through less direct means. He sent Bellerophon to kill the Chimera, a monster this mythology describes as part lion, part goat, and part serpent, breathing fire from a goat's head sprouting incongruously from the middle of its own back, a creature terrorizing the Lycian countryside that no soldier sent against it had ever managed to defeat. Bellerophon, before attempting this task, sought the advice of a seer, who told him that his only real hope of success lay in capturing and taming the winged horse Pegasus, the very same horse born from Medusa's severed neck in the story this account has just finished telling, who was said to graze near a particular spring, and Athena herself, appearing to Bellerophon in a dream, gave him a golden bridle capable of taming the wild divine horse the moment it was placed over his head. Mounted on Pegasus, flying above the Chimera rather than facing it on the ground the way every soldier before him had been forced to, Bellerophon killed the monster by driving a spear tipped with lead into its fire-breathing mouth, the intense heat of the creature's own breath melting the lead and pouring it down into the Chimera's own throat, killing it from the inside in a method that shows, this account would argue, real cleverness rather than mere brute strength. A hero solving a problem rather than simply overpowering it. Diomedes, astonished that his guest had survived, sent him against a series of further impossible tasks, a war against a fierce neighbouring people called the Solimi, a battle against a tribe of warrior women called the Amazons whom this knight will meet again later in Heracles' own story, and finally an ambush by Diomedes' own best soldiers, and Bellerophon survived every single one of them, until Diomedes, recognising at last that the gods themselves must genuinely favour this young man, abandoned the letter's original murderous intent entirely, gave Bellerophon his own daughter in marriage, and named him heir to half his kingdom. For a while then, Bellerophon's story looks almost exactly like the kind of triumphant arc a lesser telling might simply end on. An exile wrongly accused, tested nearly to destruction, vindicated completely, rewarded with a kingdom and a wife and a winged horse no other mortal on earth could claim to have tamed. But Greek myth, as this account has already told you to expect, almost never lets a hero simply rest at the peak of his own story, and Bellerophon's final chapter is one of the sharpest and most explicit warnings this entire mythology has to offer about exactly what happens when a mortal forgets the size of the gap separating himself from the gods whose favour made his own success possible in the first place. Grown proud, by every surviving account, on the strength of everything Pegasus had already let him accomplish, Bellerophon decided that a hero who had defeated the Chimera and survived every trap a hostile king could set for him, had earned the right to fly all the way to Mount Olympus itself, to take his seat among the gods as something closer to their equal than their favoured servant. Zeus's response was neither thunderbolt nor direct confrontation, but something quieter, and in its own way, considerably crueler. He sent a single gadfly to sting Pegasus mid-flight, and the startled, pained horse threw its rider from a height no mortal body could survive intact. Bellerophon did survive the fall itself, according to most versions of this story, but was left crippled and blinded by it, and spent the remainder of his life, by Homer's own brief and devastating account in the Iliad, wandering the earth alone, avoiding the sight and company of other people entirely, eaten alive by his own grief and shame, until he died forgotten, far from the kingdom he had once been on the very edge of inheriting in full. Pegasus, meanwhile, completed the journey his own rider never finished, reaching Olympus and taking up permanent residence there as the horse who carried Zeus's own thunderbolts, a small and pointed detail worth naming plainly. The horse whose wings made Bellerophon's entire heroic career possible was welcomed among the gods, while the man who had actually ridden him there for years was struck down the single moment he tried to claim that same welcome for himself. Both hands of Bellerophon's own story are, in a sense, easier to hold than Perseus's, because this mythology tells you exactly what it wants you to take from his fall, more directly than it tells you almost anywhere else in this entire company. Here was a man genuinely wronged at the outset of his story, genuinely brave and genuinely clever in defeating a monster no one else could defeat, and genuinely catastrophically undone not by any external enemy, but by his own forgetting of a single, simple fact. This whole mythology insists on again and again that mortal greatness, however real and however hard won, is never the same thing as divinity, and that the gap between the two is the one gap in this entire cosmology that punishes forgetting more severely than almost any other mistake a hero can make. The Greek word for that particular kind of self-destructive overreach is hubris, and Bellerophon's fall from Pegasus's back stands, across the whole of this mythology, as one of its clearest and least ambiguous illustrations of exactly what hubris costs. Return now to the man this whole night opened with, because his story has earned by now the full and unhurried telling this account promised him at the very start, and a name this famous deserves to be met from the beginning, rather than only from the wreckage this night has already shown you. Heracles was born in Thebes, the son of Alcmene, a mortal woman already married to a man named Amphitryon, and Zeus, who came to her disguised as her own husband. On a single night the god is said to have stretched by his own will to 3 times its ordinary length, so thoroughly that even the sun itself, in some versions of the story, was persuaded to delay its own rising the next morning. Alcmene, believing she had simply spent an unusually long and tender night with her own husband, had no idea a god had visited her at all until Amphitryon himself returned from actual military campaign the following day, confused by his wife's account of a night he had no memory of sharing with her, and pieced together, alongside a prophet's confirmation, that his own household had just been used, without anyone's consent but Zeus's, as the site of the god's latest infidelity. Hera's hatred for the child born of that night began, by nearly every surviving account, before Heracles had even drawn his first breath, and it is worth telling that hostility honestly and in full, because it shaped every single year of the life that followed. Learning of Alcmene's pregnancy, and of a boast Zeus himself had carelessly made that a child of his blood, due to be born that very day, would grow up to rule over the whole house of Perseus, Hera moved with a swiftness her husband had not anticipated, delaying Alcmene's own labour through her power over childbirth itself, while accelerating elsewhere the birth of a different descendant of Perseus, a weaker and less remarkable cousin named Eurystheus, so that when Zeus's boast came due, it was Eurystheus, not Heracles, who technically qualified as the ruling-born child the oath had promised. A single act of divine legal manoeuvring that would bind Heracles for the entire length of his adult life into servitude under a lesser man who happened only to have been born a few crucial hours earlier. Even once Heracles was finally born, Hera was not finished. When he was still an infant lying in his cradle, she sent 2 serpents to kill him in the night, and the infant Heracles, according to every version of this story worth repeating, woke calmly and strangled both serpents with his own bare hands before anyone in the household even realized an attack was underway. A first small, terrifying glimpse of the strength that would define the rest of his life, discovered not in triumph but in a crib, defending himself alone against a goddess's fury before he was even old enough to understand what a goddess was. Heracles grew up strong beyond any ordinary measure, trained by a series of teachers in wrestling, archery and swordsmanship, and it is in this period of his boyhood that this mythology offers its first honest glimpse of a temper that would, decades later, cost him everything he loved most. His music tutor, a man named Linus, struck him once in frustration during a lesson, by most accounts nothing more than an ordinary teacher's ordinary correction of an ordinary mistake, and Heracles, in a fury he could not or would not restrain, struck back with the lyre itself, killing his own tutor with a single blow. He was tried for the killing and acquitted, on the reasoning that the blow had been struck in self-defence, against a man who had struck first. But the pattern the story is quietly setting down here deserves to be named honestly rather than passed over as a minor childhood anecdote. From the very beginning of his life, Heracles possessed a strength so far beyond ordinary human proportion that even his own flashes of ordinary temper, the kind every child feels and every child is usually capable of surviving without consequence, carried a lethal weight in his hands that no other child's temper ever could. By the time he reached adulthood, Heracles had married Megara, the daughter of the king of Thebes, in gratitude for his role in defending the city from a hostile neighbouring army. And it was in that marriage, with 3 young sons growing up around him, that this night's own opening scene finally took place. Hera, who had never once relented in her hostility across all the years since the strangled serpents, sent a fit of madness down upon Heracles at the very height of his own domestic happiness, and in that madness, unable to distinguish his own family from enemies, he killed Megara and all 3 of their sons with his own hands, a horror this account has already asked you to sit with once tonight, and will not soften now by describing it again in further detail, except to say plainly what came after. Heracles woke from that madness surrounded by the bodies of everyone he had spent years building a life with, understood immediately and completely what he had done and wanted, by every account this tradition preserves, to die. He did not die, though not for lack of wanting to, and it is in the long, difficult process of his own survival afterward that this mythology offers one of its most genuinely moving portraits of grief, transformed, imperfectly and at enormous cost, into purpose. Rather than allow him to simply take his own life, his friend Theseus, whose own story this night will reach in full a little further on, is said in one version to have physically restrained him and convinced him that suicide would only compound the horror rather than answer it in any way worth calling justice. Heracles instead sought purification and travelled to the oracle at Delphi to ask what act, if any, could possibly atone for what he had done, and the answer he received bound him, for the next several years of his life, to the very cousin whose earlier birth had already cheated him of the throne that should rightfully have been his. He was to serve Eurystheus, king of Mycenae, performing whatever tasks Eurystheus set for him, and it was out of that sentence, imposed not by any court but by a god's own oracle as the price of surviving an unforgivable act, that the 12 labours this mythology remembers Heracles for actually began. It matters enormously, and this account has already told you why, that the labours were never the beginning of Heracles' heroism at all, but its penance, a decade of increasingly impossible tasks undertaken by a man trying, and by his own reckoning almost certainly failing, to find some way of living inside a life he no longer felt he deserved to be living. Eurystheus, for his own part, seems to have understood the assignment less as genuine purification, and more as an opportunity for petty, personal cruelty toward a cousin whose very existence embarrassed and threatened him, and set tasks that grew progressively stranger and more dangerous the longer Heracles kept surviving them, in what several ancient sources describe fairly openly as a king's growing, frustrated hope that the next labour might simply kill the man he had never wanted alive in the first place. The first labour sent Heracles against the Nemean lion, a beast whose hide was impervious to any blade or arrow, and Heracles, discovering this the hard way after his own weapons failed to so much as scratch the creature, was forced to abandon them entirely and strangle the lion to death with his own bare hands inside the confines of its own cave, afterward using the lion's own claws, the only tool sharp enough to pierce its hide, to skin the animal and wear its pelt as armour for the remainder of his life, the very lion skin cloak that would become, across the following 3,000 years, the single most recognisable image attached to his entire name. The second labour sent him against the Lernaean Hydra, a many-headed serpent that grew 2 new heads for every single one Heracles managed to cut off, a monster he ultimately defeated only with his nephew Iolaus's help, cauterizing each severed neck with fire the instant the head came off, so that no new heads had time to regrow, a labour Eurystheus initially refused to count toward the required 10 on the technicality that Heracles had not completed it entirely alone. The third labour, capturing the Ceryneian hind, a deer sacred to Artemis with golden horns and hooves of bronze, took an entire year of patient pursuit rather than a single decisive fight, and it is worth noticing how differently this labour is remembered compared to the lion or the hydra, because it asked Heracles for patience rather than force, a quality the earlier labours never once tested, and that popular memory has almost entirely forgotten he possessed at all. The fourth labour set him against the Erymanthian boar, captured alive rather than killed and delivered, in one of this mythology's more comic asides, to a terrified Eurystheus, who reportedly hid inside a large storage jar the moment he saw the beast actually arriving at his own palace gates. The fifth labour, cleaning the Augean stables, a task Eurystheus almost certainly intended as pure humiliation rather than genuine danger, thousands of cattle having produced decades of uncleared filth, was solved not through brute strength at all, but through engineering. Heracles diverting the course of 2 entire rivers to wash the stables clean in a single day, a solution so far outside the expected shape of a hero's labour that Eurystheus, furious at having been outsmarted rather than simply obeyed, again refused to count it toward the total. The sixth labour drove off the Stymphalian birds, monstrous creatures with bronze beaks and metal feathers sharp enough to be loosed as weapons, using a pair of bronze castanets forged by the smith god Hephaestus, and gifted by Athena to startle the birds into flight so they could be shot down from the air. The seventh labour captured the Cretan bull, a beast connected, this account will note briefly here and return to properly, when Theseus' own story arrives, to the very same bull whose union with a Cretan queen would eventually produce the Minotaur. The eighth labour drove off the mares of Diomedes, man-eating horses belonging to a Thracian king, and ended in a detail most retellings quietly omit, with Heracles feeding Diomedes himself to his own monstrous animals, a punishment this account will not pretend was anything other than deliberately, poetically cruel. The ninth labour sent him after the girdle of Hippolyta, queen of the Amazons, and in most versions concludes not in battle at all, but in a genuinely amicable exchange. Hippolyta willing to simply give the girdle as a gift once she understood the reason Heracles had come, until the goddess Hera, still relentless after all these years, disguised herself as an Amazon, and spread a false rumour among Hippolyta's own warriors that Heracles intended to kidnap their queen, provoking an attack that led, in the chaos and confusion Hera herself had manufactured, to Hippolyta's own death at Heracles' hands, one more life lost not to any genuine conflict between the two of them, but to a goddess's private grudge against a man who had never personally wronged her at all. The 10th labour sent Heracles to the far western edge of the known world to steal the cattle of a three-bodied giant named Geryon, a journey so long that Heracles is said to have set up two great pillars, one on each side of the strait separating Europe from Africa, to mark the outer limit of his own travels, pillars that survive today in name only, as the Pillars of Hercules, the ancient name still occasionally used for the Strait of Gibraltar. The 11th labour sent him after the golden apples of the Hesperides, guarded by a 100-headed serpent in a garden at the very edge of the world, and it was here that Heracles encountered the Titan Atlas, condemned since the great war between the Titans and the Olympian gods to hold the sky itself upon his own shoulders for eternity, and struck a bargain with him. Heracles would take up the sky's weight temporarily if Atlas, freed for a moment from his own burden, would fetch the apples himself from his own daughter's garden. Atlas agreed, retrieved the apples, and then, tasting freedom for the first time in longer than either of them could measure, briefly considered simply leaving Heracles to hold the sky forever in his place. Heracles, recognizing the trap forming in front of him, asked Atlas to hold the sky just once more, while he adjusted a cushion on his own shoulders to bear the weight more comfortably, and the moment Atlas obligingly took the sky back, Heracles simply walked away with the apples, a solution born entirely of cleverness rather than strength, and a detail worth remembering the next time anyone insists that Heracles' entire legend is really just a story about muscle. The 12th and final labour was the hardest and the darkest of them all, and it sent Heracles down into the underworld itself to capture Cerberus, the three-headed hound guarding its gates, and bring the beast back to the living world without using any weapon at all, wrestling the creature into submission with nothing but his own bare hands and the same impervious lion skin armour that had protected him since his very first labour. It was during this same journey into the underworld, this account will note plainly here rather than pretending the connection does not exist, that Heracles came upon the Titan Prometheus, still chained to his mountain, and still suffering the eagle's daily torment for the crime of having given fire to mankind, and freed him at last from that torment, an act of genuine mercy performed by a man whose own life, at that exact point in the story, was itself still very far from free. Heracles completed all 12 labours, outlasting every single trap Eurystheus had hoped might finally kill him, and yet the completion of that decade-long penance brought him, by nearly every honest account, not peace, but simply the freedom to keep living inside the same unbearable memory that had started the whole ordeal in the first place, a debt technically paid in full, and a grief that no number of labours was ever actually capable of touching. Consider for a moment what those 10 years must have actually felt like from the inside, because this mythology, so generous with the external shape of each individual labour, tells us almost nothing at all about Heracles' own interior experience of performing them. A man wakes each morning already carrying the memory of having killed his own children with his own hands, and is sent, again and again, against creatures whose defeat requires exactly the same overwhelming physical strength that had made his madness so lethal in the first place, forced to use, task after task, the very capacity that had destroyed his family as the sole tool available to him for proving he still deserved to exist at all. There is a particular cruelty buried inside that structure that this account does not believe is accidental. A punishment that asks a man to atone for the misuse of his own strength by using that same strength, over and over, against ever larger and ever more dangerous targets, never once offering him a labour that might have let him set that strength down, even briefly, and simply grieve. Heracles' life after the 12 labours continued to be shaped by exactly the pattern. This whole night has already warned you to expect from nearly every hero in this company. Triumph followed, inevitably by some further cost. The triumph itself never anticipated. He fought in wars, freed a princess named Hesione from a sea monster, in a story that echoes Perseus' own rescue of Andromeda, closely enough that ancient audiences almost certainly noticed the parallel themselves, and eventually remarried, taking as his second wife a woman named Deianira, whose own name is sometimes translated as Man-Destroyer. a translation this account will note without over-interpreting, since names in this mythology are not always reliable prophecies, though in Deianira's particular case, as the rest of this story is about to show you, the name turned out to be considerably more accurate than either she or Heracles could ever have wanted it to be. It was on the journey home with his new wife that Heracles encountered the centaur Nessus, employed to ferry travellers across a dangerous river, and it was Nessus, attempting to assault Deianira during the crossing, while Heracles himself waded the river separately, who set in motion the final chapter of this entire story. Heracles, seeing the assault begin from across the water, shot Nessus with an arrow whose tip had been dipped in the blood of the Lernaean Hydra all those years earlier, a poison so potent that the wound was instantly fatal, and Nessus, dying and consumed by his own final act of spite, told Deianira, with his very last breath, a lie dressed up as a parting gift. That his own blood, mixed with the poison of the arrow that was killing him, possessed the power to guarantee Heracles' fidelity forever, should she ever need to use it to win back his wandering affection. Deianira kept that vial of blood for years, out of nothing more sinister than an ordinary wife's ordinary fear of losing a husband whose own history with other women, mortal and divine alike, was already extensive and well known across the whole of Greece, and it was only when a rumour reached her years later that Heracles had fallen in love with a captive princess named Iole, and intended to bring her home as a second wife alongside her, that Deianira finally reached for Nessus's supposed gift, soaking a fine robe in the centaur's tainted blood and sending it to Heracles as a token meant, in her own genuine and desperate belief, to win his heart back rather than harm him in any way at all. She did not know, and had no way of knowing, that Nessus's dying words had been a final act of revenge rather than gratitude, the poison in his own blood, still carrying the Hydra's own venom, designed from the very start to kill the man who had shot him, delivered not through any weapon this time but through the loving, desperate hands of the very wife trying hardest to keep him. Heracles put on the robe, and the poison, activated by the heat of his own body, began to burn into his flesh with an agony this mythology describes in some of its most vivid and horrifying language, a fire that could not be extinguished, and a robe that could not be removed without tearing away the skin fused beneath it. Deianira, learning what her own gift had actually done the moment reports of Heracles' agony reached her, understood immediately that Nessus's dying words had been a lie all along, and took her own life rather than live with what she had unknowingly done to the husband she had only ever been trying to keep. Heracles himself, in unbearable and unending pain, with no hope of recovery, made the final decision of his own long and violent life. He had a great pyre built on the summit of Mount Oti, climbed onto it himself, and asked to be burned alive, choosing at the very end to control at least the manner and the moment of a death the poisoned robe had already made inevitable, rather than let the fire finish its work at its own slow and agonizing pace. What happened next is where Heracles' own story finally, and uniquely among nearly everyone else in this entire long company, breaks the pattern this whole night has trained you to expect. As the flames consumed his mortal body on that mountaintop, the immortal portion of him, the half that had always come from Zeus rather than from Alcmene, was carried up to Olympus, and Heracles, alone among every hero this account is going to introduce you to, across the entire length of tonight, was made a true god, granted a permanent seat among the Olympians, and given, as his final wife, the goddess Hebe, goddess of eternal youth, a reconciliation with Hera herself said, in at least one late tradition, to have finally softened at last, decades too late to undo any of the damage her own decades of hostility had already done to the man she'd spent his entire mortal life trying to destroy. Both hands of Heracles' own story need to be held open, at the very end of this account, with more honesty than almost any other figure tonight has required, because the scale of what he built and the scale of what he destroyed are, in his particular case, almost impossible to hold in proper proportion against one another. In one hand, 12 labours completed against creatures no other mortal could have survived facing even once, a genuine and repeated willingness to use his own strength in defence of people who could not defend themselves, moments of real cleverness alongside the raw power, a freeing of Prometheus performed with no expectation of reward, and, in the end, an apotheosis this mythology granted no other hero in this entire tradition. A permanent place among the very gods whose favour and hostility had shaped every single year of his mortal life. In the other hand, a wife and 3 sons killed by his own hands in a single afternoon of madness he never fully escaped the memory of. A music tutor killed in a boyhood fit of temper that should have warned everyone around him, including himself, what his own strength was capable of the moment it slipped its leash. A king fed to his own horses in an act of calculated cruelty, and a second wife driven to suicide by a gift she offered out of nothing but love, poisoned by a dying centaur's final act of spite that neither she nor Heracles himself ever saw coming, until it was already far too late to matter. This account will not tell you which hand outweighs the other, because it does not believe that is a question any honest telling of this story is actually equipped to answer. It will only tell you this: the strongest man who ever lived spent nearly his entire adult life trying to atone for a single afternoon he could not undo, and the fact that Greek mythology chose in the end to reward that lifetime of atonement with godhood rather than with any tidier or more comfortable kind of forgiveness is, this account believes, the single most honest thing this entire tradition ever said about what it actually thought a hero was for. There is a city waiting for its own turn now, a city that would eventually come to define itself more than any other place in the whole of the ancient Greek world around the memory of a single founding hero. And that city is Athens, and the man it built its entire civic identity around was named Theseus. His own beginning carries a detail this mythology rarely bothers to give any other hero. 2 fathers claimed simultaneously, rather than the usual single divine parent set against a single mortal one. His mother, a princess named Aethra, lay with her own mortal husband Aegeus, the king of Athens, and, by the same night's strange logic that produced Heracles, with the sea god Poseidon as well, so that Theseus grew up carrying, depending entirely on which parentage a given story needed him to have in that particular moment, either an ordinary mortal father's blood or an actual god's, a double inheritance that would let later storytellers explain away nearly any feat of his life, however impossible, by simply reaching for whichever father happened to be more convenient. Aegeus, forced to return to Athens before his son was even born, left behind, according to the story, a sword and a pair of sandals hidden beneath an enormous boulder, telling Aethra that if the child she carried grew strong enough one day to move that boulder on his own, he should take the tokens hidden beneath it and come find his father in Athens, a test built directly into the architecture of the boy's own childhood, measuring not cleverness or courage in the abstract, but simple, physical readiness, the exact moment a boy's own strength finally caught up to the destiny already waiting for him. Theseus, when the day finally came, moved the boulder without apparent difficulty, retrieved the sword and the sandals, and set out for Athens not by the safe sea route his own mother and grandfather urged him to take, but by the far more dangerous overland road, along the Isthmus of Corinth, a road infested, at that particular point in this mythology's own timeline, with a string of violent bandits that no ordinary traveller could hope to survive encountering even once. It is here, on that overland road, that Theseus first begins to look less like Perseus, equipped and guided by sympathetic gods from the very outset of his quest, and more like a young man deliberately choosing the hardest possible version of every test in front of him, in what this account reads less as simple recklessness than as a young hero's calculated decision to arrive in his father's city already carrying a reputation, built with his own 2 hands rather than borrowed from any god's favour. He defeated, one after another, a series of bandits whose own methods of killing travellers had each grown into a small local legend of their own. Periphetes, who crushed victims with an iron club, Sinis, who tied travellers between two bent pine trees and released them to be torn apart, Siron, who forced travellers to wash his feet on a cliff edge before kicking them into the sea to be eaten by a waiting turtle, Procrustes, whose particular cruelty deserves a moment's full attention because it is one of the strangest and most quietly disturbing images this entire mythology has to offer. Procrustes kept a single iron bed in his own house and offered every traveller who passed his way a night's hospitality, only to force each guest to fit that bed exactly, stretching those too short for it on a rack until they matched its length, and cutting the legs from those too tall, an image of enforced violent uniformity so vivid that the phrase Procrustean bed still survives today, nearly 3,000 years later, as ordinary English usage for exactly this kind of forced, mutilating conformity to a single arbitrary standard. Theseus killed every one of these bandits using their own particular methods against them, fitting Procrustes to his own bed among them, clearing the entire road in a single journey and arriving in Athens already known, before his own father had even laid eyes on him, as a young man capable of ending violence considerably more efficiently than the men who had been perpetrating it. Aegeus, when Theseus finally reached the city, did not immediately recognize his own son, and it was only the sword the young stranger carried, the very sword hidden beneath that boulder years earlier, that let the king realize, at nearly the last possible moment, that he was about to unknowingly poison his own child. Aegeus had by this point taken a new wife, the sorceress Medea, whose own extraordinary and difficult story this night is going to meet again in full a little further along, and Medea, recognizing Theseus immediately as the threat he posed to her own son's claim on the Athenian throne, had already convinced Aegeus to poison the stranger at dinner before his true identity could ever be confirmed. It was the sword laid beside Theseus's plate, recognized by Aegeus in the very instant before the poisoned cup reached his son's lips, that stopped the killing, and Medea, exposed and now powerless, fled the city with her own son rather than face whatever punishment Aegeus might otherwise have inflicted on her. Theseus had not yet, at this point in his life, performed the single act this mythology remembers him for above all others, and it is worth telling the act's own background honestly, because the debt it grew out of belonged to Athens as a whole, not to Theseus personally, and the human cost behind it is easy to lose beneath the more famous image of a monster in a maze. Years earlier, Athens had gone to war with the island kingdom of Crete and lost badly, and as part of the resulting peace settlement, Athens was required to send a tribute of 7 young men and 7 young women to Crete every 9 years, delivered into the labyrinth built beneath the Cretan king's own palace, to be devoured by the monster kept imprisoned inside it, a creature called the Minotaur, born in one of this mythology's strangest and most disturbing unions, from the coupling of the Cretan queen Pasiphae with the very bull Heracles had captured as his 7th labour, a union the goddess Aphrodite had cursed the queen into out of an old grudge against her family that had nothing whatsoever to do with the queen's own choices. 14 young Athenians, chosen by lot from among the city's own families, faced that fate every 9 years, sent to their deaths not for any crime they had committed, but simply for having been born citizens of a city that had lost a war before most of them were even born. And it is against that backdrop of ordinary, uncounted grief, 14 sets of parents mourning children they had done nothing to deserve losing, that Theseus's own famous volunteering needs to be understood. When the time for the next tribute arrived, Theseus insisted on joining the 14 as one of the young men sent to Crete, against his own father's desperate objections, intending to kill the Minotaur himself and end the tribute permanently. A genuinely brave and genuinely selfless decision that this account has no interest in diminishing, whatever complications the rest of his story is about to introduce. It was in Crete that Theseus met Ariadne, the Cretan king's own daughter, who fell in love with him the moment she saw him among the tribute, and who provided him with the one piece of practical help that made his entire plan survivable at all. a simple ball of thread, which Theseus unspooled behind him as he made his way through the labyrinth's own winding, disorienting passages, giving him a way to retrace his steps back out again after killing the Minotaur. A solution so straightforward and so effective that the phrase Ariadne's thread has survived, across nearly 3,000 years since, as a common expression for exactly this kind of simple guiding solution to an otherwise impossibly complex problem. Theseus found the Minotaur at the labyrinth's centre and killed it, freed the remaining Athenian tribute, and fled Crete with Ariadne at his side, her own defiance of her father having made returning home for her every bit as impossible as staying would have been for Theseus. Here, then, is the moment where this account owes Ariadne the same honest reckoning it has already given Danae and Andromeda and Medusa, because what happened next to the woman who had just saved Theseus's entire life, and the lives of 13 other young Athenians alongside his, is one of the coldest betrayals in this entire mythology, and most modern retellings pass over it far too quickly. On the way home, the ship carrying Theseus and Ariadne stopped at the island of Naxos, and Theseus, for reasons this tradition explains in several different and mutually contradictory ways, none of them especially flattering to him, left Ariadne behind there, asleep on the shore, and sailed away without her the moment she was no longer awake to stop him. Some ancient sources claim Theseus had already fallen in love with another woman during the voyage. Others claim the god Dionysus himself intervened, appearing to Theseus in a dream and demanding Ariadne for his own bride, leaving Theseus little practical choice but to comply. And at least one tradition simply admits, without any excuse attached at all, that Theseus abandoned her because he had already gotten what he needed from her and no longer had any further use for her presence. This account will not pretend the kinder version of that story, the one involving Dionysus' own divine claim, fully erases the colder one, because even in the tellings most sympathetic to Theseus, the underlying shape of the event remains the same: a woman who betrayed her own father, her own kingdom, and her own safety to save a stranger's life, woke up alone on an unfamiliar beach, watching the ship of the man she had saved disappear over the horizon without her. Whatever Ariadne actually felt in that moment, no source bothers to preserve in her own words, though later poets, working centuries after the fact, imagined her grief and fury at considerable length, and it is worth noting, as at least a partial mercy this mythology allowed her, that it denied so many other abandoned women that Ariadne's own story did not simply end in loss on that beach. Dionysus, whether or not he was truly responsible for Theseus's departure, did find her there and married her, and by most later accounts loved her genuinely and lastingly, elevating her, after her own eventual death, to a place among the stars in her own right. Her bridal crown transformed into the constellation still called Corona Borealis today, a small, real mercy for a woman this mythology's central hero treated with almost no mercy at all. Theseus's own carelessness compounded itself on that same voyage home, in a detail this account intends to tell plainly rather than rush past, because it directly and permanently altered the rest of his own father's life. Before departing for Crete, Theseus had promised Aegeus that if he survived and returned victorious, he would order his ship's crew to raise white sails instead of the black ones the ship customarily carried when embarking on what everyone assumed would be a fatal errand, a simple, visible signal that would let Aegeus, watching from the cliffs above Athens for his son's return, know the outcome of the voyage from a great distance, long before the ship itself actually reached the harbour. Theseus forgot. Whether his forgetting was the simple, understandable oversight of a young man overwhelmed by grief over Ariadne, victory over the Minotaur, and the general exhaustion of the entire ordeal all crashing together at once, or something closer to plain carelessness toward a father who had begged him not to go in the first place, no source can say for certain, but the ship sailed home still flying its original black sails, and Aegeus, watching from the cliffs and seeing black rather than white, concluded immediately that his only son was dead and threw himself into the sea below in his grief, a body of water that has carried his name ever since, the Aegean Sea, named, according to this tradition, for a father's single moment of despair over a son who was, in fact, very much alive and simply too careless, at exactly the wrong moment, to remember a promise that cost his own father everything. Theseus became king of Athens in his father's place, and it is worth naming, briefly and honestly, the genuine political achievement this mythology credits him with during the years of his own reign, because his story is not only a catalogue of cruelty toward the women around him, however much of that cruelty this account has already, correctly, refused to soften. Theseus is credited across Athenian tradition with the Sinoicism of Attica, the political unification of a scattered collection of small independent villages across the surrounding countryside into a single, unified city-state governed from Athens itself, a genuine act of state-building that later Athenians, centuries afterward, celebrated as the very foundation of their own civic identity, credited to Theseus specifically because a city needs, psychologically as much as politically, a single founding figure to organise its own origin story around, and Theseus, monster slayer and city unifier both, filled that role for Athens the way almost no other figure in this entire mythology filled it for any other Greek city. But the pattern this account has already promised you to expect from nearly every hero in this company reasserts itself here too, because Theseus's later life, after the crown and the unification and the genuine political achievement, unravels into a long sequence of decisions considerably harder to defend than anything from his younger years on the road to Athens. He fought alongside Heracles against the Amazons, and in most versions either captured or was given Hippolyta's own sister, an Amazon named Antiope, as a wife, fathering a son named Hippolytus with her before eventually setting her aside, in several versions through outright abandonment or death in battle, in favour of a new marriage to Ariadne's own younger sister Phaedra, a marriage that would go on to produce one of the single darkest tragedies in the entire Athenian dramatic tradition, dramatised centuries later by Euripides, in a play whose horror this account owes its listener honestly, rather than skipped over out of any misplaced sense of decorum. Phaedra, married to Theseus, but consumed by an overwhelming unwanted passion for her own stepson Hippolytus, a passion several versions of the story attribute to a curse from Aphrodite rather than to any failing of Phaedra's own character, confessed her feelings to him in secret, and was refused, with a coldness that the young Hippolytus, devoted entirely to the virgin goddess Artemis, and to a life of hunting and chastity, could not or would not soften even for the sake of the woman's obvious anguish. Humiliated and terrified that her own confession might become public, Phaedra took her own life, but left behind, in her final act, a letter accusing Hippolytus of having assaulted her, a false accusation this account has already told you to recognise as a recurring and troubling pattern in this mythology, echoing Bellerophon's own earlier ordeal at Antaea's hands almost exactly. Theseus, reading his dead wife's letter and believing it completely, did not pause to investigate or to hear his own son's side of the story at all. He called instead on one of three wishes Poseidon, his own possible divine father, had once granted him, and used it to curse Hippolytus, asking the sea god to kill his own son before the day was out. Poseidon obliged, sending a monstrous bull from the sea to terrify the horses drawing Hippolytus's chariot along the shore, and the young man was dragged to his death, tangled in his own reins, dying in agony before the truth of Phaedra's false accusation ever reached his father's ears, a truth that arrived, when it finally did arrive, far too late to undo anything at all. It is worth sitting, honestly, with what this single episode actually reveals about the man Athens chose to build its entire civic identity around. A king who killed his own son on the strength of an unverified accusation, using a magical favour he had been saving, in some versions for far more dire circumstances, spent instead in a single moment of unexamined fury against the one person in his entire household who had actually done nothing at all except refuse an affair he never once encouraged or invited. Theseus's own final years only compound this pattern further. In old age, having outlived Phaedra and Hippolytus both, he joined his friend Pirithous, king of the Lapiths, in an expedition to the underworld itself, intending, in one of this mythology's more genuinely bizarre plots, to abduct Persephone, wife of Hades, as a bride for Pirithous. A plan that ended in humiliating failure the moment the two men sat down on what turned out to be enchanted stone seats in the underworld, and found themselves permanently fused to the rock, unable to rise again, until Heracles, passing through on his own 12th labour, managed to pull Theseus free, though not without tearing away, according to several sources, a portion of flesh from his thighs in the process. A small, strange, almost darkly comic postscript to an old friendship built, by this late point in both men's lives, on schemes considerably less noble than anything either of them had attempted in their youth. Theseus's actual death, when it finally came, offered him none of the dignity his younger self's road to Athens might once have suggested he deserved. Exiled from Athens in his final years, whether through political upheaval back home, or simply through the accumulated resentment of a city that had grown tired of an aging king's increasingly poor judgment, he sought refuge on the island of Skyros with a king named Lycomedes, who had once been his friend, or at least his ally, and who, for reasons this tradition never fully explains, whether fear of Theseus's continuing influence back in Athens or simple treachery, led the old hero up to the highest cliffs on the island under the pretense of showing him the view, and pushed him from the edge to his death on the rocks below. Both hands of Theseus's story need holding open at the end of this account with a particular kind of care, because unlike Heracles, whose worst act came from a madness a goddess deliberately inflicted on him, nearly every one of Theseus's own worst acts, Ariadne on the beach, the forgotten sail, Hippolytus's death, came from choices he made with a clear mind and every opportunity to choose better. In one hand, a young man who cleared a bandit-infested road with nothing but his own courage and cleverness, who volunteered for near-certain death to end a tribute that was killing his own city's children, who genuinely unified a scattered country into the city that would go on to produce democracy itself, philosophy itself, and tragedy itself, all under a founding myth built around his own name. In the other hand, a woman abandoned asleep on a beach after she had risked everything to save him, a father dead in the sea because a promise signal simply slipped his mind, a son killed by his own hasty and unexamined fury, and an old age that ended not in any battle worth remembering but in a friend's betrayal on a cliff-top, pushed to his death by the very kind of casual, unexplained cruelty his own story had inflicted on so many people around him across the whole of his long and complicated life. Centuries later, the Athenians would bring what they believed were Theseus's own bones home from Skyros and bury them with enormous honour at the very centre of their city, building him a shrine and treating him, exactly in the older sense of the word this account explained at the very start of tonight, as a hero in the fullest and most literal meaning available to them. Not a saint, never a saint, but a powerful, complicated, locally rooted presence they wanted watching over their own city, regardless of everything his own long life had actually cost the people closest to him. Nearly every name this account has spoken so far tonight has belonged to a man, and that is not an accident of this particular telling, but an honest reflection of how thoroughly this mythology's own category of hero was built, from the very outset around masculine achievement, masculine glory, and masculine cult worship after death. But the tradition was not entirely closed, and there is one woman this account has already promised you a full and proper telling of, a huntress fast enough to outrun any man in Greece, and every bit as skilled with a bow as Heracles himself was with his bare hands, and her name was Atalanta. Atalanta's own story begins, like so many others this night has already told, with a father's rejection, though hers came for a different reason than Danae's, or Perseus's own infant exile. Her father, a king who had wanted a son, exposed her on a mountainside the moment she was born simply for having been born a daughter. Instead, leaving her to die of exposure the way unwanted infants were sometimes abandoned across this entire mythological world. A practice this account will not pretend was merely mythological invention, since actual infant exposure was a real and documented practice in parts of the ancient Greek world, particularly toward daughters, and Atalanta's own story carries that uncomfortable historical truth embedded directly inside its earliest scene. She survived only because a she-bear, sent by the goddess Artemis according to most versions, found and suckled the infant instead of leaving her to die, and a band of hunters later discovered and raised her, teaching her the skills of the hunt that would come to define the whole of her adult life, so that Atalanta grew up entirely outside the household, and the expectations that would ordinarily have shaped a king's daughter, wild and fast and answerable to no one, devoted, much like Theseus's own doomed son Hippolytus would later be, to the virgin goddess Artemis, and to a life that had no room in it for marriage or for any man's ownership of her at all. Her name entered the wider heroic tradition through two separate and equally famous episodes, and it is worth telling both of them honestly, because together they show this mythology doing something it almost never otherwise permitted itself to do, taking a woman's own strength and cleverness seriously, on its own terms, rather than treating it as a supporting detail inside some man's larger story. The first of these episodes was the hunt for the Caledonian boar, and its own background deserves telling in full before Atalanta's part in it can properly make sense. The kingdom of Caledon, ruled by a king named Oeneus, had offended the goddess Artemis by neglecting, whether through oversight or simple carelessness, to include her among the gods honoured at that year's harvest sacrifice. And Artemis, never a goddess who accepted slights of this kind lightly, sent a monstrous boar down from the mountains to ravage the kingdom's own crops and kill its own people, a punishment inflicted on an entire population for a single king's forgetfulness. One more example, this account will note plainly, of collateral suffering visited on the uninvolved for a crime they had no part in committing. Aeneas's own son, a young prince named Meleager, called together nearly every notable hero in Greece to hunt the boar down, and the guest list this mythology preserves for that hunt reads almost like a preview of everyone else. This night is going to introduce you to across the rest of tonight. Jason, whose own voyage after the Golden Fleece this account will reach shortly, Theseus, whose own story you have just finished hearing in full, Peleus, who would one day father Achilles, and a great many others besides, gathered in one single place for what promised to be one of the great cooperative feats of the entire heroic age. Atalanta arrived among them, uninvited by some accounts and specifically summoned by Meleager himself in others, and her presence immediately divided the assembled hunters, several of whom refused outright to hunt alongside a woman, insisting that her participation would shame them all, regardless of how the hunt itself turned out. Meleager, who had already fallen in love with Atalanta by the time the hunt actually began, insisted she be allowed to join, and the hunt that followed proved, in the most direct and undeniable way this mythology could possibly stage it, exactly how wrong the objecting hunters had been. Several of the assembled heroes were gored and killed by the boar before it was finally brought down, a detail worth naming honestly because this hunt, like so many of this mythology's celebrated group efforts, cost real lives among its own participants, and not merely among the anonymous villagers the boar had already been killing for months. It was Atalanta, according to the version of this story most widely repeated, who drew first blood, striking the boar with an arrow before any of the men present had managed to land a single wound of their own, and it was Meleager who ultimately delivered the killing blow, but Meleager himself, in a gesture this account reads as genuine admiration rather than mere romantic infatuation, insisted that Atalanta receive the boar's hide as the hunt's own trophy, since her arrow had struck first and made every wound that followed possible. That single decision, awarding the trophy to a woman several of the assembled men had wanted excluded from the hunt entirely, ignited a fury among Meleager's own maternal uncles that would ultimately cost Meleager his own life. In a manner, this mythology ties directly back to the very night of his birth. When Meleager was born, the Fates themselves, the three sisters who measure and cut the thread of every mortal life, had appeared to his mother Althea and told her that her newborn son would live only as long as a particular log, burning at that moment on the household hearth, was not itself entirely consumed by fire. Althea, hearing this, snatched the log from the flames, extinguished it, and kept it hidden away for years afterward, safeguarding her own son's life inside a piece of ordinary household firewood, without Meleager himself ever knowing the fragile thread his entire existence actually hung by. When Meleager's uncles, furious at seeing the boar's hide awarded to a woman rather than to one of their own family's men, attempted to seize the trophy back from Atalanta by force, Meleager killed both of them in the resulting confrontation, an act of violence in defence of a woman he loved that this account will not pretend was anything other than understandable in the heat of the moment, even as it proved, almost immediately afterward, to be catastrophic beyond anything Meleager himself could have anticipated. The two men he had just killed were his own mother's brothers, and Althea, learning that her own son had killed her own siblings, was overcome by a grief and fury this mythology describes with genuine and uncomfortable psychological honesty. Torn between the love of a mother for her son and the love of a sister for her own murdered brothers, Althea chose, in the end, her brother's claim over her son's life, and took the hidden log, the very piece of ordinary firewood she'd spent years protecting specifically to keep her son alive, and cast it back into the fire, watching it burn completely away. Meleager, wherever he happened to be at that exact moment, collapsed and died instantly. His life extinguished the moment the log itself turned to ash, and Althea, understanding immediately and completely what her own choice had actually cost her, took her own life soon afterward in a grief that mirrors, almost exactly, the same unbearable guilt that would later consume Deianira after Heracles' own death by poisoned robe. It is worth sitting, honestly, with how strange and how devastating this entire sequence actually is, because Meleager's death was not caused by any monster, any curse from a god, or any enemy at all, but by his own mother's impossible choice between two competing and equally legitimate claims on her love, a choice this mythology refuses to resolve into any simple villain or any simple lesson. Althea was not wicked for avenging her own murdered brothers, and Meleager was not wicked for defending with lethal force a woman he loved from men trying to strip her of a trophy she had genuinely earned. Both of them were, in this account's own honest reading, simply caught inside a tragedy neither of them had actually chosen, the kind of tragedy this mythology reserves specifically for stories where every single participant's actions make a certain hard, uncomfortable sense from their own particular vantage point, and where the resulting grief belongs to no single villain at all, but to the whole impossible situation itself. Atalanta's own story continues past Meleager's death, into its second and even more famous episode, and it begins with a decision Atalanta made entirely on her own terms, refusing the marriage her father, having finally reclaimed her once her fame as a huntress made her valuable to him again, was now eager to arrange on her behalf. Atalanta, who had spent her whole life answering to no one, declared that she would marry only the man who could outrun her in a foot race, and that any suitor who challenged her and lost would be put to death for the attempt, a condition severe enough that it should, by any reasonable measure, have discouraged every ordinary man in Greece from even trying, and yet suitor after suitor attempted the race anyway, drawn by her own famous beauty, and by the simple, irresistible challenge of trying to outrun a woman no man had ever managed to outrun before, and suitor after suitor lost, and was killed exactly as the terms of the challenge had promised, a body count this account will name honestly rather than pass over, because it shows Atalanta's own resolve to remain unmarried was neither idle nor decorative, but genuinely, lethally serious. A young man named Hippomenes, or in some earlier versions Melanion, watched several of these failed and fatal races and, rather than trusting his own legs to somehow outrun a woman who had already proven faster than every other man who had tried, prayed instead to the goddess Aphrodite for help, and Aphrodite, who took a particular interest in undermining Atalanta's chosen chastity, exactly as she had once cursed Phaedra with an unwanted passion in Theseus's own story, gave Hippomenes 3 golden apples from her own sacred garden, along with instructions for using them. During the race itself, whenever Atalanta began to pull ahead of him, Hippomenes rolled one of the golden apples across the ground in front of her, and Atalanta, whether out of simple curiosity or, as some later tellings suggest, a genuine flicker of attraction to the man she was racing that made the distraction easier to accept than her own famous discipline should have allowed, paused each time to retrieve the apple, losing just enough ground with each pause that Hippomenes crossed the finish line a step ahead of her by the race's very end. It is worth naming plainly what this ending actually represents, because it is easy, on a first hearing, to read it as a simple romantic triumph. Clever suitor wins clever bride, and considerably harder, on a second and more honest hearing, to ignore what it actually cost Atalanta in terms of her own agency. A woman who had built an entire identity around outrunning every man who challenged her was defeated not through any man's own genuine speed or skill, but through a goddess's deliberate interference on behalf of a suitor who could not have won on his own merits at all, and Atalanta's own famous independence was, in the end, overridden not by a stronger competitor, but by 3 pieces of enchanted fruit, and whatever brief, engineered curiosity they were designed to provoke in her. Whether Atalanta herself, somewhere beneath the surface of a story told almost entirely from Hippomenes' own vantage point, ever wanted to lose that race, or ever felt anything at all beyond the simple loss of a contest she had spent her whole life mastering, is a question this mythology never bothers to answer from her own perspective, and this account will name that silence honestly, rather than paper over it with a happier ending than the evidence actually supports. The marriage that followed did not end happily, in a further detail most modern retellings quietly omit, in their hurry to close the story on a satisfying romantic note. Hippomenes, so consumed by his own victory and by gratitude toward Aphrodite that he neglected to properly honour the goddess afterward, or, in another version, the 2 of them consummated their marriage inside a sacred precinct belonging to Zeus or Cybele, an act of desecration this mythology treats with genuine severity, and the offended deity, whichever version you trust, transformed both Atalanta and Hippomenes into lions as punishment, a fate that ancient audiences would have understood as a particularly severe curse, since Greek belief held that lions were incapable of mating with other lions, only with leopards, meaning the transformation condemned the couple not merely to an altered shape but to permanent separation from any further intimacy with one another at all, a bitterly ironic ending for a marriage that had begun with a race run specifically to win the right to be together. Both hands of Atalanta's own story deserve to be held open with particular care, because unlike nearly every other figure this account has introduced tonight, her story is as much about what this mythology allowed a woman to become as it is about what it refused to let her keep. In one hand, a huntress abandoned at birth for the simple crime of being born a daughter, raised in the wild by a bear and by hunters, rather than by any household that wanted her, who grew to outrun and outshoot nearly every man in Greece, drew first blood on a boar that had killed better armed men than her, and lived, for as long as this mythology allowed her to, entirely on her own terms, answerable to no husband and no father either. In the other hand, a trophy that got a prince killed by his own mother's grief, a foot race won against her not through honest competition, but through a goddess's own deliberate sabotage of the one thing she had built her whole identity around, and a marriage that ended not in ordinary human tragedy, but in a transformation that stripped away her own humanity entirely, turning the fastest woman in Greece into a lioness forbidden, by the world's own cruel logic, from ever again being close to the one person she had actually chosen for herself. Atalanta's whole story, held honestly in both hands at once, reads less like a triumph and more like a long, difficult argument about exactly how much room this mythology was actually willing to make for a woman who refused, for as long as she possibly could, to be anyone's ordinary wife, and about how thoroughly, in the end, that room always eventually closed around her anyway. Several of the men gathered on that boar hunt at Calydon had already sailed together on an even larger and more famous expedition by the time Meleager's own tragedy unfolded, and it is to the leader of that expedition, and to the ship that carried nearly every hero this account has already introduced you to tonight, aboard a single vessel at once, that this story turns next. His name was Jason, and his own claim to the throne of Iolcus had been stolen from him in infancy by his uncle Peleus, a usurper who had seized power from Jason's own father, and who, upon learning from an oracle that a man wearing only one sandal would one day be the instrument of his downfall, spent years afterward watching every stranger's feat with exactly the kind of paranoid vigilance this mythology has already shown you in Acrisius' own story rarely protect anyone from the fate they are trying so hard to avoid. Jason, raised in secret by the centaur Chiron, the same wise and gentle teacher who would later train Achilles as well, returned to Iolcus as a grown man to reclaim his stolen birthright, and lost a single sandal fording a river on his way into the city, helping, without realizing it, an old woman across the water who was, in fact, the goddess Hera in disguise, testing the character of a young man she had already decided, for reasons bound up in an old grudge against Peleus himself, to favour. Jason arrived in Iolcus with one bare foot, exactly as the oracle had warned, and Peleus, recognising the prophesied threat the instant he saw him, did not kill Jason outright, choosing instead, in the now familiar pattern this night has shown you again and again, an indirect death dressed up as an honourable task. He promised to relinquish the throne peacefully if Jason would first retrieve the Golden Fleece, a treasure guarded at the far edge of the known world in the distant kingdom of Colchis, a journey Peleus fully expected would kill the young man long before he ever returned to collect on the bargain. The Golden Fleece itself carried its own long history before Jason ever set out after it, and that history deserves telling honestly, because it explains why a simple sheep's fleece had come to be worth an entire perilous voyage across the known world. It had once belonged to a flying, golden-fleeced ram, sent by the gods to rescue two children, Phrixus and Helle, from a stepmother who intended to sacrifice them, and though Helle fell from the ram's back into the strait that still carries her name today, the Hellespont, Phrixus completed the journey safely to Colchis, where he sacrificed the ram in gratitude and left its fleece hanging in a sacred grove, guarded ever after by a sleepless dragon coiled around the very tree it hung from, a treasure that had, by the time Jason set out for it, become less a practical prize than a symbol of exactly the kind of impossible, near-suicidal quest a usurping king could safely assign to a rival he wanted gone. What Jason did next is one of the genuinely remarkable organisational achievements in this entire mythology, easy to lose beneath the more famous adventures that followed it. He assembled, for the ship that would carry him to Colchis, nearly every notable hero of his own generation in one single crew, a vessel called the Argo, built specifically for the voyage by a master shipwright under Athena's own guidance, and the roster of men who answered his call reads like a genuine cross-section of this entire mythological age. Heracles himself sailed with them for a portion of the journey, before circumstances this account will describe shortly required him to leave the expedition early. Theseus is named among the crew in several traditions, alongside Peleus, who would go on to father Achilles, and Meleager, whose own tragic end at Calydon this account has already told you in full, and the twin brothers Castor and Pollux, and Orpheus, whose own extraordinary gift this night will return to properly much later. brought along specifically for his music, which proved, on more than one occasion during the voyage, considerably more useful than any single sword or spear aboard the entire ship. The voyage itself unfolded across a whole sequence of trials that this account will move through with the pace they actually deserve, since no single one of them defines Jason's own story, the way the Minotaur defines Theseus's, or the 12 Labours define Heracles's, but each one still deserves its moment. On the island of Lemnos, the Argonauts found a community of women who had, in a fit of collective fury at their own husband's infidelity, killed nearly every man on the island, and Jason and his crew spent considerably longer there than the voyage's own urgency should have allowed, fathering children with several of the island's women before finally continuing on their way. A detour this account notes honestly because it shows Jason, even at this early stage of his own quest, as a man capable of losing sight of his own stated purpose the moment an easier and more immediately pleasant alternative presented itself. It was on this same early leg of the voyage that Heracles left the expedition, and the circumstances of his departure carry a genuine grief this account owes its full attention to. Heracles' young companion Hylas, sent ashore to fetch water, was pulled beneath the surface of a spring by nymphs who had fallen in love with his beauty at first sight, and Heracles, searching the surrounding woods for the boy long after the rest of the crew had grown impatient to continue, refused to abandon the search even as the Argo, driven by a rising wind and by Jason's own crew's growing urgency, finally sailed on without him, leaving the strongest man in the entire mythology behind on a foreign shore, still calling a lost companion's name into an empty forest. A small, aching image of grief and loyalty. This account will not let pass without notice, precisely because it shows a side of Heracles the 12 Labours alone could never fully capture, a man who would rather be left behind by history's most famous expedition than abandon a search for someone he loved. The Argonauts sailed on past the Symplegades, a pair of enormous rocks said to clash together and crush any ship attempting to pass between them, surviving the passage only by first sending a dove through the gap to test the timing and past the kingdom of the blind prophet Phineus, cursed by the gods to have every meal snatched away or fouled by monstrous winged creatures called harpies before he could eat a single bite, a torment the Argonauts finally ended by driving the harpies off permanently, earning, in gratitude, Phineus's own guidance for the remainder of the voyage toward Colchis. It is worth noting briefly how much of this entire expedition's actual success depended not on any single hero's individual strength, the way Heracles' own labours so often did, but on an entire crew's collective effort and again on outside help freely given by grateful strangers along the way, a genuinely different model of heroism than nearly anything else this night has shown you so far, cooperative rather than solitary, and worth naming as its own distinct kind of accomplishment. Arriving at last in Colchis, Jason discovered that King Aetes, guardian of the fleece, had no intention of simply handing over a treasure his own kingdom had held for a generation, and set Jason a series of tasks designed in the now familiar pattern this entire night has trained you to recognize immediately: to kill him rather than to test him fairly. Yoking a pair of fire-breathing bulls with bronze hooves to plough a field, sowing that field with dragon's teeth that would sprout instantly into a full army of armed warriors, and defeating that army in a single afternoon. Jason survived only because of help that arrived from an entirely unexpected direction. The king's own daughter, a young sorceress named Medea, who had been struck with an overwhelming and, by several accounts, divinely engineered passion for Jason the moment she first saw him, orchestrated by Hera and Aphrodite together specifically to secure the outside help Jason's quest would otherwise have had no realistic chance of surviving. Medea's own story deserves, and this account intends to give it, exactly the same full and unflinching honesty already extended to Ariadne and to Deianira. Because what she does for Jason, and what Jason ultimately does to her in return, forms one of the single darkest and most morally complicated relationships in the entire mythology. Medea gave Jason a protective ointment that let him withstand the fire-breathing bulls unharmed, and taught him the trick that would save him from the army sprung from the dragon's teeth, throwing a stone into the middle of the newly sprouted warriors so that, unable to identify which of their own number had thrown it, they turned on each other in confusion and destroyed themselves entirely, leaving Jason to face only the handful of survivors rather than the full army at once. When Ates, defeated on every one of his own terms and furious at having been outmaneuvered through his own daughter's betrayal, refused even then to honour his bargain and threatened instead to kill every Argonaut where they stood, it was Medea again who saved the expedition, using her own considerable magic to lull the fleece's guardian serpent to sleep long enough for Jason to seize the treasure and flee. Medea's betrayal of her own father did not end there, and the final act of that betrayal is one of the coldest and most disturbing moments in this entire mythology, and this account will name it plainly rather than soften it the way so many retellings do. Pursued across the open sea by her own father's fleet, desperate to slow the pursuit enough for the Argo to escape, Medea killed her own younger brother, Apsyrtus, who had accompanied the pursuing ships, and cut his body into pieces, scattering the remains across the water behind them, forcing her own grieving father to slow his pursuit in order to gather up his murdered son's remains for proper burial, rather than abandon them to the sea. A horror this account will not excuse or explain away, because no explanation this mythology offers, not Medea's love for Jason, not her own fear of her father's fury, actually makes killing a child, her own younger brother, into anything less than exactly what it plainly was. It is worth pausing on what this single act reveals about the entire foundation Jason and Medea's relationship was actually built on, because it matters enormously for understanding everything that happens between them afterward. Medea did not simply help Jason. She committed treason against her own father, sabotage against her own kingdom, and murder against her own brother, burning every single bridge back to her old life in the process, so completely and so irrevocably that by the time the Argo finally returned to Greek waters, Medea had nothing left in the entire world except Jason himself and whatever life the two of them were going to build together, a dependency this account intends you to remember clearly, because it is exactly the dependency Jason is about to betray. The voyage home brought its own further trials. A passage past the island of the Sirens, survived this time not through wax in the crew's ears, the way a certain other hero's own voyage would later manage the same danger, but through Orpheus's own music played loud and beautiful enough to drown out the siren's fatal song before it could ever fully reach the crew's ears, and a passage past the bronze giant Talos, a guardian automaton circling the island of Crete, disabled at last when Medea, again, used her own magic to locate and remove the single bronze nail, sealing the vital fluid that gave the automaton its life, letting it drain away and leave the giant lifeless on the shore. Jason and Medea finally returned to Iolcus together, the fleece in hand, expecting Peleus to honour the bargain he had made years earlier and surrender the throne he had stolen from Jason's own father. Peleus, predictably by this point in the pattern this whole night has shown you, refused, and it was Medea once again who solved the problem, though this time through a method so calculated and so horrifying that it deserves to be told in full rather than summarised away. Medea convinced Peleus' own daughters that she possessed the power to restore their ageing father's youth, and demonstrated this claim through a staged trick, cutting an old ram into pieces, boiling those pieces in a cauldron with certain herbs, and producing, apparently from the cauldron itself, a young, healthy lamb in the ram's place. Convinced by this demonstration, Peleus' daughters, believing they were performing the same rejuvenating miracle on their own beloved father, cut him into pieces themselves and placed him in a cauldron of their own, only to discover, far too late, that Medea's earlier trick had been nothing more than sleight of hand, and that their own father, unlike the ram, was not coming back at all. It was Peleus' own daughters, manipulated by Medea's deliberate deception, who killed him with their own hands, believing until the very last moment that they were saving him. Jason and Medea. exiled from Iolcus for this killing regardless of how indirectly Jason's own hands had accomplished it, settled eventually in Corinth, where they lived for years and raised 2 sons together, and it is here, after everything Medea had already sacrificed, and everything she had already done on Jason's behalf, that this story reaches its final and most devastating turn. Jason offered the chance to marry Glauca, the young daughter of the Corinthian king Creon, abandon Medea for this new and politically advantageous marriage, reasoning in the justification Euripides gives him directly in his own surviving play, that the marriage would actually benefit Medea, and their sons too, securing them a powerful royal protector in a foreign land where Medea herself, a barbarian sorceress by Greek reckoning, held no citizenship and no independent standing at all. Medea's response to this betrayal is one of the single most devastating passages in the entire surviving corpus of Greek tragedy, and this account owes it the full honesty it has already extended to every other difficult moment tonight. She did not simply grieve. She sent Glaul, Jason's new bride, a poisoned wedding gift, a robe that burned into the young woman's flesh with an agony this account will note. Without dwelling further, echoes disturbingly closely the very fate that would one day befall Heracles through Deianira's own unknowing gift, except that where Deianira's poisoning was a tragic accident born of trust in a dying centaur's lie, Medea's was fully, deliberately intentional, aimed precisely at the woman who had replaced her. Glauce's own father, Creon, died alongside her, embracing his burning daughter in a father's final desperate attempt to save her, the poison claiming them both together. And then, in the single most horrifying act this entire night has asked you to sit with, Medea killed her own 2 sons by Jason, not in any fit of madness sent by a hostile god the way Heracles' own family had died, but in full, deliberate possession of her own faculties, choosing infanticide as the single most devastating blow she could possibly land against the man who had discarded her, ensuring that Jason would lose not only his new bride but his own bloodline entirely, before escaping Corinth on a chariot drawn by dragons, sent in Euripides' own staging of the story by her grandfather, the sun god Helios himself. This account will not soften what Medea did, and will not pretend her own grievous betrayal by Jason somehow balances the scales against 2 dead children, whose only crime was having been born to 2 parents whose marriage had collapsed. But it will insist, with equal honesty, on the other half of this ledger, because leaving it out would be its own kind of dishonesty. Medea did everything she did for Jason, sacrificed her own family, her own country, her own safety and her own moral standing, entirely in service of a man who ultimately calculated that a politically advantageous new marriage was worth more to him than every single one of those sacrifices combined, and who never once in Euripides' own devastating portrait of him seems to fully grasp exactly how completely he had already destroyed the very foundation his own comfortable new future was standing on. Jason's own final years, stripped of everything that had once made his life remarkable, Medea gone, his sons dead, the fleece itself now nothing more than an old trophy, ended in an image this mythology offers almost as a final quiet punishment for a life spent taking help from others and giving very little of himself back in return. Sitting one day in the shade of the old decaying Argo, the very ship that had once carried him to glory and back, resting where it had long since been hauled ashore and left to rot, a piece of the ship's own rotted prow finally broke free and fell, striking him and killing him instantly, an old hero crushed in the end by the wreck of his own greatest achievement. A death so quietly ironic that even Greek myth, a tradition that rarely resists a pointed ending, seems to have offered it up almost as a verdict on the whole shape of Jason's own particular kind of heroism. A man who built his entire legend on the strength, the sacrifice, and finally the fury of people he was never quite equal to, undone, at the very last, by the one relic of that legend he had simply never bothered to move out of harm's way. Both hands of Jason's own story held open together look strikingly unlike nearly anyone else's this account has introduced you to tonight, because Jason's own hand, taken entirely on its own, holds surprisingly little. No monster he killed by his own strength, no labyrinth he navigated by his own cleverness, only a crew he successfully assembled and a series of trials he survived almost entirely through other people's help, Medea's above everyone else's. The other hand holds nearly everything genuinely remarkable about this entire voyage: an outsider woman's magic, her betrayal of her own family, her own brother's scattered remains, and, at the very end, her own children's deaths. Paid out entirely because the man she'd given everything to decided in the end that she was no longer worth what she'd already cost her. If this whole knight's thesis has anywhere found its sharpest and most uncomfortable illustration so far, it may be here, in the story of a hero whose own most famous exploit belonged, on every honest reading of the evidence, considerably less to him than it belonged to the woman his own story eventually chose to blame for everything that went wrong afterward. A full generation after Jason's own crew scattered back across Greece, their sons, and in several cases, their actual selves gathered again for a war that would eventually swallow nearly every name this account has already given you tonight into a single 10-year catastrophe outside the walls of a city called Troy. And it is to the single most famous of all these gathered heroes that this account turns now, the young man whose own mother had tried from the very moment of his birth to make him something no mortal had ever actually managed to become. His name was Achilles, and the story of how his mother tried to save him deserves telling, honestly, in its full and stranger original form, rather than in the single simplified image most people already carry of it. Achilles' mother, the sea nymph Thetis, had been married off to a mortal man, Peleus, specifically because a prophecy warned that any son she bore to a god would grow powerful enough to overthrow his own father, a warning severe enough that it made both Zeus and Poseidon quietly abandon their own pursuit of her, leaving her in the end to a mortal husband instead of the divine one she might otherwise have had. Thetis, determined that her own son by this lesser marriage would still achieve something close to immortality regardless, is said in the version most widely known today, though one that only enters the written record considerably later than Homer's own account, to have dipped the infant Achilles into the river Styx, the same river the gods themselves were said to swear their most unbreakable oaths upon, holding him by one heel as she submerged the rest of his body, rendering every part of him the water actually touched invulnerable to harm, except for that single heel, the one part of him her own hand never let the river reach, an origin this account will name honestly as a later addition to the tradition, rather than an original Homeric detail, since Homer's own Iliad never once mentions any invulnerability at all, describing Achilles instead as a magnificent but entirely ordinary mortal body, capable of being wounded exactly like any other soldier on that battlefield. That discrepancy matters enormously for understanding what Achilles' story is actually about, and this account intends to hold both versions honestly, rather than simply defaulting to the more famous later one. If Achilles was invulnerable everywhere except one heel, his story becomes a story about a single physical weak point, a literal Achilles heel, the phrase itself surviving today, nearly 3,000 years later, as ordinary English for exactly this kind of single, fatal vulnerability hidden inside an otherwise formidable strength. But if Homer's own older, harder version is the truer one, an ordinary mortal body, gifted with extraordinary skill and extraordinary rage but no magical protection at all, then Achilles' story becomes something considerably more unsettling. Not a hero undone by one hidden flaw, but a man who knew, with total and unblinking clarity, that he was exactly as mortal and exactly as killable as every other soldier standing beside him, and who chose again and again to walk directly into danger anyway. That choice, and the prophecy behind it, forms the actual emotional centre of Achilles' entire story, considerably more than any single spear or shield ever does. Thetis knew from an oracle given to her long before the Trojan War ever began that her son faced exactly two possible futures. He could stay home, live a long, quiet, entirely unremarkable life, grow old, and be forgotten within a generation or two of his own death. Or he could sail to Troy, achieve a glory that would make his name immortal for as long as anyone anywhere continued telling stories at all, and die there, young on foreign soil far from everyone who loved him. Achilles, offered this exact choice directly according to the tradition, chose Troy, chose glory over length, chose to be remembered forever over living long, a decision this account wants you to sit with honestly before moving any further into the war itself, because it means that everything that follows, every kill, every act of fury, every moment of grief happened inside a life Achilles himself had already chosen, with total clarity to trade for exactly this outcome rather than any other. The war itself had its own long and tangled causes, most of them belonging to other figures this account will only touch briefly here. A golden apple inscribed for the fairest thrown by a jealous goddess into a wedding feast. A judgment by a Trojan prince named Paris among three competing goddesses, and a bribe from Aphrodite promising him the most beautiful woman in the world, Helen, already married to a Greek king named Menelaus, as his reward for choosing her, when Paris took Helen back to Troy with him, whether by outright abduction or, in a version this account will name honestly as genuinely debated even in antiquity, by her own willing choice to leave her husband, the Greek kings, bound by an old oath sworn years earlier to defend whichever of them Helen eventually married, assembled an enormous coalition fleet, and sailed for Troy to bring her home, launching a siege that would last, according to the tradition, a full 10 years. Achilles arrived among that fleet as its single most formidable warrior, and the Iliad itself, the oldest and most complete account of any part of this entire war, does not actually cover the war's beginning, its famous wooden horse, or its final fall at all, focusing instead on a single, much narrower episode near the war's very end. A quarrel between Achilles and the Greek commander Agamemnon over a captured woman named Briseis, given to Achilles as a war prize, and then seized back by Agamemnon after Agamemnon was forced to surrender a captive of his own to end a plague the god Apollo had sent against the Greek camp. It is worth sitting, honestly, with how strange it is that the single most celebrated epic in the entire Western literary tradition centres not on any battle's outcome or any city's fall, but on a dispute over honour, pride, and a woman treated by both men fighting over her primarily as a possession rather than a person, and this account will name that discomfort plainly rather than pretend Briseis herself receives anything close to the interior life Homer occasionally, and remarkably, grants to figures like Andromache, Hector's own grieving wife, elsewhere in the same poem. Furious at the insult, Achilles withdrew from the fighting entirely, refusing to rejoin the war effort despite his own side's mounting losses, and it is this withdrawal, this deliberate choice to let his own countrymen die in droves rather than set aside his own wounded pride, that gives the Iliad its actual opening word in the original Greek, a word usually translated as wrath or rage, establishing from the very first line that this entire epic is, at bottom, a study of exactly what a single man's fury is capable of costing everyone around him, allies and enemies alike. Achilles' absence from the fighting nearly cost the Greeks the entire war, as the Trojan prince Hector, the city's own greatest defender, drove the weakened Greek forces back toward their own ships, and it was only when Achilles' closest companion, a man named Patroclus, whose own relationship to Achilles this mythology describes with an intimacy later Greek audiences themselves debated the exact nature of, could no longer bear watching his friends die, that the war's actual turning point finally arrived. Patroclus begged Achilles to let him borrow his own famous armour and lead the Myrmidons, Achilles' own personal troops, back into the fighting, hoping the mere sight of Achilles' familiar armour would be enough to frighten the Trojans back from the ships, even without Achilles himself actually returning to battle. And Achilles agreed, on the single condition that Patroclus drive the Trojans back and then retreat, rather than press the attack all the way to Troy's own walls. Patroclus, caught up in the momentum of his own initial success, ignored that condition, pursued the fleeing Trojans directly to the city's gates, and was killed there by Hector himself, who, believing he had just killed Achilles, stripped the borrowed armour from his body as a trophy before ever learning the truth of exactly whose life he had actually just ended. What followed is one of the most devastating passages of grief in the entire surviving body of ancient literature, and this account owes it a full and unhurried telling rather than a quick summary. Achilles, receiving word of Patroclus' death, is described by Homer as collapsing into the dust, tearing at his own hair, and howling with a grief so total that his own mother Thetis, hearing his cries from the depths of the sea itself, rose up to comfort him. And it is here, in the depth and rawness of that grief, that this mythology gives its clearest possible answer to a question modern readers sometimes ask about Achilles' own most famous fury. It was never really about Briseis, or about wounded honour in the abstract sense at all. It was about love, the specific, devastating love of one man for the single closest companion of his entire life. And it was the loss of that companion, not any insult to his own pride, that finally brought Achilles back into a war he had sworn he would never fight in again. Achilles' return to battle is a return powered entirely by grief transformed into an almost incomprehensible violence, and this account will name that violence honestly rather than romanticize it, because Homer himself does not romanticize it either. Achilles slaughtered Trojan soldiers in numbers the poem itself struggles to keep track of, choked the local river with so many bodies that the river god himself rose up in fury to fight Achilles directly, and finally hunted down Hector outside the very walls of Troy, chasing him 3 full times around the entire circuit of the city before the goddess Athena, disguised as Hector's own brother, tricked the exhausted Trojan prince into finally turning to make his stand. Achilles killed Hector in single combat, and then, in an act this account will not soften, because Homer himself does not soften it, tied the dead man's body to the back of his own chariot by the ankles and dragged it day after day around the walls of the very city Hector had spent his entire life defending, in full view of Hector's own grieving family watching from the ramparts above. It is here, at the very lowest and most brutal point of Achilles' own story, that Homer offers one of the single most remarkable scenes in the entire ancient literary tradition, and this account intends to give it the full attention it deserves because it complicates, more than almost any other single moment in this entire mythology, any simple picture of Achilles as either pure hero or pure monster. Priam, Hector's own elderly father and the king of Troy, slipped alone and unarmed into the Greek camp under cover of night, guided by the god Hermes past every guard, and knelt before Achilles, the very man who had killed his son, and was still, at that point, desecrating his body daily, and kissed the hands that had killed Hector, begging for his son's body back so that it could be properly buried. Achilles, faced with an old man who had just done something no Greek soldier on that entire battlefield would have dared attempt, wept alongside him, the two of them grieving together, one for a dead son and one for a dead friend, in a scene of shared cross-enemy lines humanity this entire 10-year war otherwise almost never permits, and returned Hector's body to his father, allowing the Trojans a period of truce to properly mourn and bury their own greatest defender. That single scene, this account would argue, holds Achilles' entire both-hands portrait in a miniature, more completely than almost any other moment in his whole story could. A man capable of dragging a corpse around a city in a fury that dishonoured his own supposed nobility, and within the very same handful of days capable of weeping, alongside the father of the man he had just killed, recognising in that old man's grief an exact mirror of his own. Homer refuses at every turn to let you settle on either image alone, and this account, following that same refusal, will not settle on either image alone either. Achilles did not survive the war himself, and though the Iliad ends before his own death, the wider tradition, filled in by the lost poems of the epic cycle, this account has already told you to expect gaps from, describes his end plainly enough. Killed by an arrow from Paris, the very prince whose original abduction of Helen had started this entire war. Guided, in the version that would eventually calcify into legend, by the god Apollo's own hand, striking Achilles in the one heel his mother's protective river had never actually touched. The single vulnerable point in an otherwise invulnerable body, if you trust the later version of his origin, or simply the single unlucky wound that any ordinary mortal soldier might eventually have suffered, if you trust Homer's own older and harder account instead. Either way, the choice Achilles had made at the very outset, glory over length, remembrance over an ordinary long life, was paid in full exactly as promised, and his name has, in fact, survived for nearly 3,000 years since, exactly the outcome his own mother's oracle had promised him it would. Several other heroes fought and died in that same long war, and this account owes at least a few of them their own honest moment before Troy's own story finally closes, because a night built around remembering the forgotten cannot spend its entire attention on the single most famous name in the whole conflict, and call that remembering complete. Ajax, called the Great to distinguish him from a lesser warrior sharing his name, was, by Homer's own account, the single most physically powerful Greek fighter at Troy after Achilles himself, a man whose enormous shield and unshakable defensive stand repeatedly saved the Greek ships from being overrun, and whose own end, occurring after the main action of the Iliad itself, is one of the quieter tragedies this war produced. When Achilles finally died, his famous armour, forged by the god Hephaestus himself, was awarded by a vote among the assembled Greek leadership not to Ajax, who had spent the entire war as Achilles' single closest rival in strength, and had personally recovered Achilles' own body from the battlefield after his death, but to Odysseus instead, whose cunning the assembled leaders judged more valuable to the war's eventual outcome than Ajax's raw physical strength. Ajax, humiliated by the decision and driven into a fit of madness by the goddess Athena, who favoured Odysseus in the dispute, attempted in his fury to slaughter the very Greek commanders who had voted against him, and was prevented only because Athena, deceiving his madness, caused him to instead slaughter a flock of sheep and cattle, mistaking the animals for his own human enemies. Waking from his madness to discover what he had actually done, covered in the blood of livestock rather than the officers he had intended to kill, and unable to bear the shame of both the original humiliation and his own subsequent delusional violence, Ajax took his own life, falling on his own sword in a grief and humiliation this mythology treats with genuine and unusual sympathy. A hero destroyed not by any enemy at all, but by his own city's own political calculation, and by a goddess's cruel manipulation of a wound that calculation had already opened. Diomedes, king of Argos, receives less individual attention in most modern retellings than either Achilles or Ajax, despite performing, across the Iliad's own account, some of the single boldest feats of the entire war, wounding the god Ares himself in battle, and, in one episode, even wounding Aphrodite when she attempted to shield her own son Aeneas from Diomedes' spear, a level of raw battlefield audacity that no other mortal fighter in the entire poem, Achilles included, ever quite matches. Diomedes survived the war and returned home successfully, one of the relatively few major Greek leaders whose own homecoming this mythology allows to pass without catastrophe, though even his return was not entirely without cost. Arriving home to discover his own wife had been unfaithful during his long absence, and choosing, in the end, exile from his own kingdom rather than confrontation. A quieter and less dramatic postscript than nearly any other hero this account has introduced tonight, but a genuinely human one worth naming all the same. It is worth pausing briefly on one further figure this war produced, not a Greek at all, but the city's own greatest defender, because a knight this committed to fairness cannot spend an entire hour on the men who besieged Troy without at least acknowledging the man who held that city together for as long as anyone actually could. Hector, Priam's own eldest son and Troy's finest warrior, fought the entire war knowing, by his own frequent and open admission to his wife Andromache in some of the Iliad's own most quietly devastating scenes, that the city was very likely doomed regardless of anything he personally managed to accomplish, and fought anyway, not for glory the way Achilles had explicitly chosen, but for his own wife, his own infant son, and the ordinary people of a city that had never actually done anything to deserve the war being fought over its own walls at all. Hector is not, by this mythology's own strict definition, a Greek hero, and this account will not pretend otherwise or claim him as one of tonight's own company, in the technical sense the word actually requires. But his story sits close enough beside Achilles' own, and illuminates it so clearly by simple contrast. Ordinary domestic duty set directly against chosen, deliberate glory, that leaving him entirely unnamed would have made this whole account's portrait of the war itself considerably less honest than it needs to be. The man who won Achilles' armour over Ajax, and whose cunning the assembled Greek leadership judged more valuable than pure strength, deserves this account's full attention now, because his own story asks a question none of the heroes who came before him tonight ever really had to face. What does it actually cost a man to be, by everyone's own agreement, the single cleverest person in an entire war, and what happens to that same man once the war he was so useful in finally ends and he simply has to find his own way home? His name was Odysseus, king of the small island of Ithaca, and his own path to Troy in the first place already reveals the particular kind of intelligence that would define his entire life. Reluctant to leave behind his new wife Penelope and his infant son Telemachus for a war he had no real stake in beyond the same old oath every other Greek king had sworn regarding Helen's marriage, Odysseus attempted to feign madness when the recruiters arrived, yoking a donkey and an ox together to plough a field and sowing it with salt rather than seed. A display of apparent insanity that would have exempted him from the war entirely, had the recruiter accompanying the search party not tested the ruse by placing Odysseus's own infant son directly in the path of the plough. Odysseus, forced to swerve the plough aside rather than harm his own child, proved in that single instant that his mind remained entirely intact and was drafted into the war he had tried so hard to avoid, a story worth noting honestly at the very outset of his tale, because it establishes immediately that Odysseus's own cleverness, however celebrated it would become across the following 20 years, was never actually infinite, and could be, and was, beaten by someone clever enough to test it correctly. Odysseus's own contributions to the war effort at Troy were consistently intellectual rather than purely physical, and this account will name several of them honestly, because they show a very different model of heroism than the raw strength this whole night has already spent so much time describing in Heracles and in Achilles both. It was Odysseus who devised the strategy of the wooden horse in the war's final days, after 10 years of direct siege had failed to breach Troy's own famously strong walls, building a massive hollow horse, ostensibly a gift and an offering of surrender left behind by a Greek fleet that appeared to have finally given up and sailed for home, while in fact concealing an elite company of Greek soldiers, Odysseus himself among them, inside its wooden belly. The Trojans, despite the warnings of a priest named Laocoon and a prophetess named Cassandra, both of whom insisted the horse was a trap and both of whom were ignored, one after being killed alongside his own sons by serpents sent from the sea, in an omen the Trojans themselves badly misread as confirmation the horse was safe rather than as punishment for questioning it, brought the horse inside their own walls as a trophy, and that night, once the city had fallen into celebration and then into exhausted sleep, the hidden soldiers emerged, opened the gates for the returning Greek fleet, and Troy, having survived 10 years of direct siege, fell within a single night to a plan built entirely out of Odysseus's own particular gift for deception, rather than any Greek army's superior strength. It is worth sitting, honestly, with what the fall of Troy actually meant for the ordinary people living inside that city. Because this mythology, so generous in describing the individual glory of the Greek heroes who besieged it, offers considerably less attention to the wholesale slaughter and enslavement that followed the city's own final collapse, and a knight this committed to counting the uncounted cost of heroism cannot pass over it in silence. Priam, the elderly king who had knelt before Achilles and wept alongside him only months earlier, was killed at his own household altar. Hector's infant son, Astyanax, was thrown from the city's own walls by the victorious Greeks. A killing this account will name plainly as what it actually was, the murder of a child, carried out specifically to prevent him from ever growing up to avenge his own father's city. Hector's widow Andromache, and Priam's own wife Hecuba, and countless other Trojan women besides, were divided among the victorious Greek commanders as war prizes, their own husbands and sons and fathers dead. Their entire city burned to the ground around them, a fate this mythology's own later playwrights, Euripides above all, would go on to dramatise with a horror and a sympathy for the Trojan women's own suffering that stands, this account would argue, as one of the earliest and most powerful anti-war statements the whole of Western literature has ever produced. Odysseus' own cleverness, however brilliant a piece of military strategy the wooden horse genuinely was, ended a war by ending an entire city, and this account will not let that cost disappear beneath the horse's own famous cleverness, the way so many retellings allow it to. Odysseus set sail for home after Troy's fall, expecting, like every other Greek commander, a straightforward voyage back to the wife and son he had left behind 10 years earlier. It took him 10 more years to actually arrive, and the story of that decade, preserved in Homer's own second great epic, the Odyssey, is where this hero's story earns its own distinct place in this whole company. Not a story of a single ordeal or a single quest, but of an entire sustained, grinding, repeatedly interrupted attempt simply to get home, tested at every turn by monsters, gods, and Odysseus' own recurring weaknesses in equal measure. The voyage's early disasters were, this account will note honestly, at least partly of Odysseus' own making, a pattern worth naming clearly, because it complicates any simple picture of him as a blameless victim of hostile fate. Raiding the land of the Cicones shortly after leaving Troy, Odysseus' men lingered too long over plunder and feasting, and were driven off with heavy losses by a counter-attack that a swifter, more disciplined departure could easily have avoided. Reaching the land of the Lotus Eaters, several of his men who tasted the local lotus fruit fell into a blissful, memory-erasing stupor, and had to be forcibly dragged back to the ships, an early warning of exactly the kind of temptation toward forgetting and giving up that would recur in different forms across the whole of the coming decade. It was on the island of the Cyclopes that Odysseus' own particular flaw, a pride that consistently overrode his own better judgment, produced the single costliest decision of the entire voyage. Trapped inside the cave of Polyphemus, a one-eyed giant son of the sea god Poseidon, along with a dozen of his own men, Odysseus watched Polyphemus seal the cave's entrance with a boulder. No ordinary group of men could hope to move and begin devouring his crew 2 at a time, and escaped only through a plan of real cunning, blinding the giant's single eye with a sharpened, fire-heated stake while he slept off a gift of strong wine, and then identifying himself to the giant when Polyphemus demanded his name, as nobody, so that when the blinded giant cried out to his fellow Cyclopes for help, screaming that nobody had blinded him, the other Cyclopes, hearing this, concluded no crime had actually occurred at all, and left him to suffer alone. Odysseus' men escaped the cave the next morning, clinging to the undersides of Polyphemus' own sheep, as the blinded giant felt along their backs for fleeing men without ever thinking to check beneath them. Odysseus could have let the escape stand as victory enough, sailing away with his surviving men, and the giant none the wiser about who had actually blinded him. And it is here that his own pride, rather than any external monster, produced the disaster that would define the rest of his entire voyage. Unable to resist claiming credit for his own cleverness, Odysseus called back across the water to the raging, blinded Polyphemus, revealing his true name and mocking the giant for having been so thoroughly outwitted, a boast that let Polyphemus, in his fury, pray to his own father Poseidon by Odysseus's actual name, cursing him to wander lost at sea for years, losing all his men along the way, and to find, upon his eventual return home, nothing but trouble waiting there as well. Poseidon, hearing his own son's curse invoked by name, honoured it completely, and it is that single, avoidable moment of wounded pride this account will name honestly, rather than any single monster or storm, that transforms Odysseus's voyage from a difficult homecoming into a full decade of divine persecution. The trials that followed multiplied across the years that Poseidon's curse now guaranteed would come. On the island of Aeolia, the wind god Aeolus gave Odysseus a bag containing every contrary wind that might blow his ships off course, sealed tight and entrusted to him personally, so that only the favourable winds needed to reach Ithaca would remain free to fill his sails, and Odysseus's own crew, believing the sealed bag contained hidden treasure their captain was refusing to share with them, opened it while Odysseus slept, releasing every contrary wind at once, and blowing the entire fleet back across the very distance it had just spent weeks covering, close enough to see the smoke rising from Ithaca's own hearths, before being blown entirely away from home again. On the island of Aea, the sorceress Circe transformed Odysseus's men into pigs the moment they arrived, and Odysseus himself was saved only through the intervention of the god Hermes, who gave him a protective herb and instructions for resisting Circe's magic, allowing him to force her to restore his men and eventually to spend a full year on her island as her own lover. A detour this account notes honestly, since it shows Odysseus celebrated across this entire mythology for his devotion to Penelope waiting faithfully at home, was not himself quite so faithful across the actual decade of his own absence. A double standard this mythology applies to its heroes and their wives, with a consistency worth naming plainly rather than passing over in silence. It was Circe, in the end, who directed Odysseus toward one of the single strangest and most haunting episodes in the entire voyage, a journey to the very edge of the underworld itself to consult the shade of the blind prophet Tiresias about the route home. And it was there, among the shifting, whispering crowd of the dead, that Odysseus encountered the spirit of his own mother, who had died of grief during his long absence without ever learning whether her son was alive or dead, and attempted 3 times to embrace her, and 3 times watched his own arms pass through nothing but insubstantial shadow. A grief this account will not rush past, because it is one of the rare moments in this entire long voyage where Odysseus's own famous cleverness offers him no solution at all, only the plain, unsolvable fact of a mother he had lost without ever getting to say goodbye. The voyage continued past the island of the Sirens, whose song lured sailors to their deaths on the rocks below, survived this time not through Orpheus's own competing music, the way the Argonauts had once managed the same danger, but through Odysseus's own characteristic blend of curiosity and caution, ordering his men to fill their own ears with wax so they could not hear the song at all, while having himself bound tightly to the ship's own mast, unable to act on the song's own pull, no matter how desperately he begged his crew to release him once its full effect took hold, a solution that let Odysseus become, by his own choice, the only man in this entire mythology ever to hear the Siren's song and survive it. Past the Sirens waited an even crueler choice, the strait between the monster Scylla, a 6-headed creature who would seize and devour 6 sailors from any ship passing within her reach, and the whirlpool Charybdis, who would swallow the entire ship whole if steered too close in the opposite direction, and Odysseus, choosing the lesser of 2 impossible evils, steered close enough to Scylla to lose exactly 6 men, watching them seized and devoured screaming from the deck of his own ship while he himself and the rest of the crew sailed on. a decision this account names honestly as the kind of impossible arithmetic command sometimes actually requires. 6 lives deliberately, knowingly sacrificed to save the rest, a weight Odysseus is never once shown fully setting down for the remainder of the voyage. The final and most costly disaster of the entire journey came on the island of Thrinacia, sacred to the sun god Helios, where Odysseus's starving and increasingly desperate crew, against his own explicit warning, slaughtered and ate several of the god's own sacred cattle while Odysseus slept, and Helios, furious, demanded that Zeus punish the crime, and Zeus struck the ship with a thunderbolt the moment it left the island, killing every man aboard except Odysseus himself, who survived by clinging to the wreckage of his own ship for days, arriving at last alone, with every single one of the men who had sailed from Troy with him now dead, on the island of the nymph Calypso, where he would remain, effectively a captive lover rather than a guest, for 7 long years, until the gods finally intervened on his behalf, and compelled Calypso to let him go. It is worth counting, honestly and all at once, exactly what this voyage actually cost, because the Odyssey itself, for all its adventure and its cleverness, is at its core a story about a man arriving home utterly alone, having set out from Troy with an entire fleet of ships and hundreds of men under his command, and returning in the end with nothing at all, every companion drowned, devoured, struck by lightning, or otherwise lost across 10 years of a curse he had, by his own hand, brought entirely upon himself in a single moment of unnecessary pride, outside a blinded giant's cave. Odysseus finally reached Ithaca after 20 years total away from home, 10 at war and 10 more lost at sea, disguised by the goddess Athena as an elderly beggar so that he could assess, before revealing himself, exactly what had happened to his own household in his absence. And what he found there was its own kind of disaster, a household under siege every bit as real, in its own domestic register, as Troy's own walls had once been. More than 100 suitors, believing Odysseus long dead, had taken up residence in his own palace, courting his wife Penelope against her will, eating through his own stored wealth, and plotting, several of them, to murder his own son Telemachus, should he ever pose a genuine threat to their own ambitions. Penelope herself, across those same 20 years, had held the suitors at bay through a cleverness fully equal to her husband's own, most famously by promising to choose a new husband once she finished weaving a burial shroud for Odysseus's own elderly father, and then secretly unweaving each night's progress in the darkness, buying herself, undetected, years of additional delay before the suitors finally discovered the trick. Odysseus, revealing himself at last to his son and to a handful of loyal servants, orchestrated a final test and a final reckoning together, proposing a contest in which Penelope would marry whichever suitor could string Odysseus's own massive hunting bow and shoot an arrow through the aligned handles of 12 axe heads, a feat no suitor present could even come close to managing, and Odysseus himself, still disguised as a beggar, requested a turn, and strung the bow that had defeated every other man in the hall with apparent ease, and used it, in the massacre that followed, to kill every single suitor in that great hall, more than 100 men in total, along with several servants who had aided them or betrayed Penelope's own household during the long occupation. It is worth pausing, honestly, on the sheer scale of that final slaughter, because it is easy, caught up in the satisfaction of a wronged husband finally reclaiming his own home, to lose sight of exactly how many bodies this final act of justice actually produced. More men killed in a single afternoon inside Odysseus's own great hall than died in several entire battles this account has already described tonight, and to lose sight too of the fact that not every one of those 100+ suitors was necessarily among the small handful the poem itself identifies as genuinely, actively plotting murder against Telemachus, meaning that at least some portion of that final massacre almost certainly fell on men guilty of nothing worse than ordinary opportunistic courtship of a woman they believed, in good faith, to be a widow. This account will not pretend the poem itself shares this discomfort, since Homer stages the massacre as unambiguous triumph rather than tragedy, but it is worth naming honestly anyway one more instance, on top of every one this whole night has already shown you, of exactly how much uncounted, unexamined death tends to gather in the wake of a hero finally getting what the story insists he deserves. Odysseus and Penelope were reunited at last, and their reunion carries one final, quietly remarkable detail worth telling in full, because it is one of the few moments in this entire night's worth of stories where a woman's own caution and cleverness are allowed to stand as equal rather than subordinate to a returning hero's own. Penelope, even after 20 years of waiting, and even after Odysseus had already revealed himself and slaughtered the suitors, did not simply accept that the man standing before her was truly her husband, testing him instead with a private detail only the real Odysseus could possibly know, ordering a servant to move their marriage bed out of their own bedroom, a bed Odysseus himself had built years earlier around the living trunk of an olive tree, rooted permanently into the ground and therefore genuinely physically impossible to move at all. Odysseus, hearing the order and reacting with immediate alarm at the impossible request, proved beyond any doubt that he was who he claimed to be, and it was only at that moment, this final test passed, that Penelope finally allowed herself to fully believe her husband had actually come home. A small, quiet, deeply human scene of mutual verification between two people who had both spent 20 years surviving entirely on their own separate cleverness, meeting again, at last, on genuinely equal terms. Both hands of Odysseus's own story deserve to be held open at the close of this account, with particular attention to how differently his particular kind of heroism reads compared to nearly everyone else this night has already introduced you to. In one hand, a man who devised the single decisive strategy of an entire 10-year war, who survived monsters and gods and his own crew's repeated failures through a cleverness this mythology treats as genuinely equal in value to any other hero's raw physical strength, who resisted the siren's song and Circe's own transformative magic and Calypso's 7 years of captivity alike, and who finally came home to a wife whose own cleverness matched his precisely, earning, in the end, the single rarest outcome this entire night has offered any hero so far. An actual, unambiguous, lasting homecoming. In the other hand, a man whose own pride outside a blinded giant's cave cost every single one of his men their lives across the following decade, whose cleverness ended a war by burning an entire city and murdering a child inside it, and whose final, triumphant reclaiming of his own household ended in a massacre whose full moral weight this mythology itself never quite seems willing to examine as closely as it deserves. Odysseus, more than any other figure this account has introduced you to tonight, embodies the thesis this whole night was built around most completely, because his own most celebrated quality, cleverness itself, is shown across the whole of his own story to be exactly as capable of producing catastrophe as it is of producing salvation, depending entirely on whether it happens to be aimed at solving a problem or simply proving, to an audience that never even needed convincing, exactly how clever its owner truly was. Every figure this account has introduced you to so far tonight earned whatever status they eventually held through some combination of strength, cleverness, or sheer stubborn will. Choices made, however imperfectly, with at least some awareness of what they were actually choosing. There is one more kind of hero this mythology produced, though, stranger and considerably harder to fit inside the pattern. This whole night has traced so far a man who became, against every wish and every effort of his own, the single most infamous example in the entire Greek tradition of a life destroyed not by any flaw of character at all, but by a prophecy that had already been written before he ever drew his first breath, and who then, in the story's own final and most surprising turn, was granted something closer to a genuine, quiet apotheosis than almost anyone else this account has told you about tonight. His name was Oedipus, and his own story asks a question none of the others quite managed to ask so directly. Can a person actually be called a hero for something they never chose and never wanted, and spent their entire life desperately trying to avoid? Oedipus was born to Laius and Jocasta, the king and queen of Thebes, the very city whose own ruined household this account opened tonight's whole story inside, and his birth was accompanied by a prophecy delivered from the oracle at Delphi that would have chilled any parent in this entire mythology, that the child would grow up to kill his own father and marry his own mother. Laius and Jocasta, faced with exactly the kind of terrible foreknowledge that has already destroyed so many households across tonight's stories, responded the way this mythology's frightened parents so often respond, not with murder committed directly by their own hands, but with an indirect cruelty meant to accomplish the same end while keeping their own consciences at a technical distance. They had the infant's ankles pierced and bound together, and gave him to a servant with orders to abandon him on a mountainside to die of exposure, the very fate Atalanta's own father had once condemned his infant daughter to, for an entirely different reason. The servant given this task could not bring himself to complete it, and instead passed the infant along to a shepherd from the neighbouring kingdom of Corinth, who carried the child to his own king and queen, Polybus and Merope, a childless royal couple, who raised the boy as their own son, naming him Oedipus, a name that means, in the original Greek, swollen foot, a permanent physical reminder of the very abandonment his adoptive parents never told him about at all. Oedipus grew up in Corinth believing entirely that Polybus and Merope were his true parents, and it was only as a young man, taunted by a drunken acquaintance at a feast who suggested he was not truly his father's son, that Oedipus first felt the ground of his own identity begin to shift beneath him. Unsettled by the taunt and unable to get a straight answer from either Polybus or Merope, Oedipus travelled to the oracle at Delphi himself to learn the truth of his own parentage, and received, instead of any answer about his actual birth, the exact same prophecy that had once terrified Laius and Jocasta, that he was fated to kill his own father and marry his own mother. Believing, with total and understandable sincerity, that Polybus and Merope were the parents this prophecy referred to, Oedipus made the single decision that would, in the story's own cruelest irony, guarantee the very outcome he was trying desperately to prevent, resolving never to return to Corinth again, fleeing the only home and the only parents he had ever known specifically to protect them from a fate he did not yet understand he had already been misdirected about entirely. It was on the road away from Corinth, at a narrow crossroads where 3 roads met, that Oedipus encountered an older man travelling in a chariot with a small retinue, and the two of them quarrelled, according to the tradition, over nothing more significant than who had the right of way at the narrow crossing, a dispute this account will name plainly as exactly the kind of small, ordinary friction that could happen to any 2 strangers on any ordinary road, and the quarrel escalated, as this mythology's disputes so often do, into violence, and Oedipus, in a fury he could not or would not restrain, killed the older man and most of his retinue in the fight that followed. Oedipus had no way of knowing, and would not learn for years afterward, that the man he had just killed at that crossroads was Laius, his own true father, on his way, as it happened, to consult the very same oracle at Delphi about the very same prophecy that had already, unbeknownst to either man, just been fulfilled, continuing on toward Thebes, unaware that he had already committed half of the prophecy's terrible promise. Oedipus arrived at a city under siege by a monster called the Sphinx, a creature with the body of a lion, the wings of an eagle, and the head and chest of a woman, who had taken up residence on a cliff outside the city's own gates, and was devouring every traveller who failed to correctly answer a riddle. She posed to them before allowing safe passage. The riddle itself has survived across nearly 3,000 years as one of the single most famous puzzles in the whole of Western culture. What creature walks on 4 legs in the morning, 2 legs at noon, and 3 legs in the evening? Every traveller before Oedipus had failed to answer correctly and been devoured for the attempt, and it was Oedipus, arriving with nothing but his own mind to offer against a monster that had already killed so many others, who finally solved it, answering that the creature was man himself, who crawls on 4 limbs as an infant, walks upright on 2 legs in the prime of his life, and leans on a staff, a 3rd leg, in the frailty of old age. The Sphinx, defeated by an answer that had eluded every single traveller before him, threw herself from her own cliff in despair, or in some versions was simply destroyed by the correctness of the answer itself, and Thebes, freed at last from the monster that had been killing its own people, welcomed Oedipus as a saviour. The city's own grateful reward compounded the tragedy. The crossroads killing had already set in motion beyond anything either Oedipus or the city itself could have anticipated. Thebes, having just lost its own king Laius under circumstances no one yet connected to the stranger who had defeated the Sphinx, offered Oedipus the vacant throne, and with it, following the custom of the time, marriage to the recently widowed queen Jocasta, Oedipus's own true mother, neither of them having any idea of the blood relationship actually connecting them. Oedipus married Jocasta, ruled Thebes for years afterward as a genuinely capable and well-regarded king, and fathered 4 children with her, 2 sons and 2 daughters, entirely unaware, for the whole of that long and apparently happy reign, that both halves of the prophecy he had fled Corinth specifically to avoid had already, years earlier, come completely and irreversibly true. The truth finally surfaced, in the version of this story told most fully and most devastatingly by Sophocles in his play Oedipus the King, when a plague fell upon Thebes years into Oedipus's reign, and an oracle revealed that the plague would not lift until Laius's true killer was found and punished, setting Oedipus himself, ever the capable and determined ruler, on an investigation that would slowly, inexorably, and with a dramatic irony, ancient audiences would have found almost unbearable to watch, uncover his own guilt piece by piece, an old shepherd's testimony here, Jocasta's own increasingly desperate attempts to stop the investigation there, until the full and total truth finally arrived at once, that Oedipus had killed his own father at that crossroads years earlier, and had been married to his own mother, and had fathered children with her who were, in the same terrible instant, both his own children and his own siblings. Jocasta, upon fully understanding what she had unknowingly done, took her own life, hanging herself rather than continue living inside a truth this catastrophic, and Oedipus, discovering her body, tore the golden brooches from her own robe and used them to blind himself, gouging out his own eyes in an act of self-punishment this mythology stages with a horror equal to anything else this entire night has described. A king who had once seen clearly enough to solve the single hardest riddle in the whole of Greek myth, choosing, in the end, permanent darkness over the unbearable clarity of continuing to see a world he had just discovered he had ruined entirely, without ever intending to ruin a single piece of it. It is worth sitting, honestly, with exactly what makes Oedipus's own story different from every other hero this account has introduced you to tonight, because the difference matters enormously for the thesis this whole night has been building. Perseus chose to hunt Medusa's head, however reluctantly the boast that sent him after it was made. Heracles chose to marry Megara and, in a far darker sense, chose the fury that killed her, even if a goddess's madness stripped that choice from him in the moment itself. Jason chose to accept Medea's help, and chose, later, to abandon her. Oedipus chose almost nothing that actually mattered. He fled Corinth specifically to avoid patricide and incest, and every single step of that flight, taken in good faith and with genuinely admirable caution, delivered him directly and completely into both crimes anyway. If this entire night's thesis has argued again and again that heroism was never really a moral category, but a status granted regardless of what a person actually deserved, Oedipus's own story pushes that argument to its absolute limit, because here is a man who did everything a careful, morally serious person could possibly have done to avoid catastrophe, and was destroyed by it completely anyway, not through any failure of character, but through the simple, terrible machinery of a prophecy that had already fixed his fate before he was old enough to understand what a fate even was. Oedipus's own final years, though, refused to end in the total despair this story's darkest moments might lead you to expect, and this account owes his story's own quieter, later chapter the same honesty it has already given his earlier catastrophe. Blind and exiled from Thebes by his own sons, who seized the throne he had abandoned and refused to share power with a father they now considered cursed beyond redemption, Oedipus wandered for years, guided only by his own daughter Antigone, whose loyalty to a father everyone else had abandoned stands as one of the genuinely admirable, quietly heroic acts this entire night has shown you, until he arrived, in his own final days, at a sacred grove outside Athens called Colonus, where, in Sophocles' own final play about him, written at the very end of the playwright's own long life, Oedipus was received not with horror or rejection, but with an unexpected and deeply moving welcome. The gods themselves, it seemed, had decided that a man who had suffered this completely, for crimes he had never actually intended to commit, had earned, at the very last, something closer to peace than punishment. And Oedipus, guided by a mysterious summons only he could hear, walked alone into the sacred grove and vanished from the earth entirely, neither dying an ordinary death nor being carried openly up to any heaven, simply disappearing, in a manner this mythology reserves for its most honoured dead, into a mystery the play itself refuses to fully explain. Athens, in gratitude for whatever blessing Oedipus's own disappearance was believed to have granted the land that received it, honoured him afterward with a hero's cult of exactly the kind this account described at the very start of tonight, a local shrine tied to the specific patch of ground where he had vanished, believed to protect the city that had shown him kindness when every other city, Thebes above all, had turned him away. It is worth sitting one final time with how strange and how genuinely moving this ending actually is. The single most catastrophically unlucky man in the entire Greek mythological tradition, guilty of nothing but trying, with real and admirable care, to avoid a fate that found him anyway, ended his own life, not cursed and reviled the way his earlier chapters might have led you to expect, but honoured, protected, and quietly, mysteriously blessed. This mythology's own closest approach to suggesting that suffering endured without any true fault of one's own might, in the end, be answered with something considerably gentler than the suffering itself ever was. Both hands of Oedipus's own story are, in an important sense, harder to separate than any other figures tonight, because unlike Heracles or Jason or Theseus, whose better and worse acts can genuinely be weighed against one another, nearly everything catastrophic in Oedipus's own life happened to him rather than through him, the product of a prophecy fixed before his birth, and a series of well-intentioned choices that only ever made that prophecy's fulfillment more certain rather than less. In one hand, a man who solved the single hardest riddle in this entire mythology, who ruled his adopted city with genuine wisdom and care for years before the truth ever surfaced, who accepted, once that truth finally did surface, total and immediate responsibility for it, rather than deflecting blame the way so many other figures this account has introduced tonight so readily did, blinding himself rather than continue looking away from a truth he had every right, by any ordinary human standard, to simply refuse to face. In the other hand, not a single deliberate cruelty at all, but simply the crushing, unbearable weight of a fate that had already been decided and a reminder sitting at the very centre of this entire night's argument about heroism and its costs, that sometimes the heaviest cost any of these figures ever paid had nothing whatsoever to do with anything they actually chose. There is one final name this account owes you before the whole company gathered here tonight can be properly counted and released, and he belongs to this list less comfortably than almost anyone else, because he never killed a monster, never sacked a city, never won a war, and yet no honest account of Greek heroism could possibly leave him out, because his own single defining act asked something of the gods that no sword or cleverness or strength had ever managed to ask successfully before him. His name was Orpheus, and his gift was music, played on a lyre given to him, by most accounts, by his own father Apollo, or, in an alternate tradition, by the god Hermes who had first invented the instrument, and that music, by every surviving account, was powerful enough to charm wild animals into calm submission, to bend the course of rivers, and to move even trees and stones themselves to shift closer, straining. In whatever quiet way a rooted tree or a silent stone can strain, to hear him play just a little longer. This account has already told you, in the story of Jason's own voyage, how Orpheus's music saved the entire crew of the Argo from the siren's fatal song, drowning out their deadly call with a beauty even more compelling than the siren's own, and that single episode alone would have earned him a place in this mythology's memory. But Orpheus's own most famous story belongs to his marriage to a wood nymph named Eurydice, whom he loved by every account, with a completeness this mythology rarely grants any of its other unions, a marriage that ended on what should have been among the happiest days of both their lives, in a tragedy so sudden and so senseless that it offers no lesson at all, no hubris punished, no pride overreaching, simply the plain, arbitrary cruelty that any ordinary life can be interrupted by at any moment without warning. Walking through a meadow on their wedding day, Eurydice stepped on a venomous serpent hidden in the grass, was bitten, and died almost instantly, her own wedding day becoming, within a single afternoon, her funeral instead. Orpheus's grief, by every surviving account, was total, and it is here that his story departs from every other figure this account has introduced you to tonight, because where Achilles answered grief with an almost incomprehensible violence, and where Deianira and Jocasta both answered it with their own deaths, Orpheus answered it with the one weapon he actually possessed, refusing to accept his wife's loss as final, and resolving to do what no other mortal in this entire mythology had ever successfully attempted before him, to travel, alive, down into the underworld itself, and to ask its king and queen, Hades and Persephone, to release his wife back into the world of the living. The journey itself, this account will note honestly, is described in the surviving sources with far less detail than almost any other perilous crossing this night has already told you about. No monster to defeat at the entrance, no riddle to solve, only Orpheus's own grief and his own music, carrying him past whatever obstacles might otherwise have stopped an ordinary mortal from reaching the underworld's own throne room at all. When he finally stood before Hades and Persephone, Orpheus did not beg, or bargain, or threaten, the way so many other figures in this mythology have already done tonight when facing a power far greater than their own. He played. He sang of his own loss, of Eurydice's own life cut short before either of them had gotten anywhere close to enough time together, and the music itself, by every account, was so overwhelming in its own grief and its own beauty that it moved the entire underworld to a silence and a sorrow this realm of the dead had never once been described experiencing before. The Furies themselves, spirits of vengeance, this account has already told you, elsewhere tonight are never moved by anything at all, wept actual tears for the first time in their entire existence. The wheel upon which the sinner Ixion was eternally bound stopped turning, and even Hades and Persephone, rulers of a realm built entirely around the total, irreversible finality of death, were moved enough by what they heard to grant Orpheus something this mythology otherwise never permits any mortal at all: a second chance. Eurydice's shade would be allowed to follow Orpheus back up into the world of the living on a single absolute condition, one this account intends to state exactly as plainly and as ominously as the ancient sources themselves state it, because the entire remainder of the story hinges on nothing else. Orpheus must walk ahead of her the entire way back to the surface, and must not look back to confirm she was actually following, not once, not even for a single instant, until both of them had fully emerged into the daylight above. Orpheus began the long climb back toward the surface with Eurydice's shade following silently behind him, and for nearly the entire ascent by every account, he kept the single condition he had been given, walking forward through the dark with nothing but faith, and the barely audible sound of footsteps he could not be entirely certain were actually there at all, to tell him whether his wife was truly following, or whether he was climbing alone, guided by nothing more than a god's own word. It is worth sitting, honestly, with what that climb must have actually felt like from the inside, because this mythology, so often generous with external detail and stingy with interior experience, offers almost nothing here except the bare fact of the condition and the bare fact of what happened next, leaving the actual texture of that long, silent, doubt-filled ascent almost entirely to the listener's own imagination, every step further from the underworld's own throne room, bringing him closer to sunlight and closer to a growing, gnawing uncertainty that could only be resolved by breaking the single rule that made the whole miracle possible in the first place. Orpheus reached the very threshold of the upper world, light visible ahead of him at last, and it was there, at the absolute final moment, with success closer than it had been at any point across the entire impossible journey, that his own doubt finally overcame him. Whether from a sudden fear that Hades had tricked him and Eurydice was not actually there at all, or simply from an overwhelming, uncontrollable need to see his wife's face again after so long apart, unable to bear even one more second of uncertainty. Orpheus turned to look back, still standing by most accounts, just barely short of the world of the living himself, and saw Eurydice's shade for one single, final instant, her own face turning toward him in what several ancient sources describe as neither anger nor blame, but simply a soft, resigned farewell, before she was pulled back down into the darkness forever, the underworld's own single condition broken, and with it, any second chance this mythology would ever grant either of them again. It is worth naming plainly exactly what makes this single moment so devastating. More devastating, this account would argue, than almost any other single instant across the entire length of tonight's long story, because Orpheus did not fail through any flaw of strength, any lapse of cleverness, any moral corruption the way so many other figures tonight failed. He failed through the single most ordinary, most universally human weakness this entire mythology could possibly have chosen to test him with: the simple, overwhelming need, after loving someone and losing them and coming this close to getting them back, to look at their face one more time, a need so plainly recognizable to anyone who has ever grieved anyone at all, that this account does not believe a single listener tonight can honestly claim they would have managed, in Orpheus's own place, to hold out for those final few remaining steps any better than he did. Orpheus, having lost Eurydice a second and final time, attempted to return to the underworld and beg for a third chance, but was refused entry, the boatman Charon this time turning him away entirely. The underworld's own single mercy already spent and never, this mythology makes clear, to be offered again. He spent the remainder of his own life, by most accounts, in total grief, wandering alone, refusing the company or the affection of any other woman who might have offered it. His music turned entirely to sorrow rather than celebration, until his own end came, in one of this mythology's more genuinely disturbing final images, at the hands of a group of Maenads, wild female followers of the god Dionysus, who, in a fury this tradition explains variously as religious ecstasy, as anger at Orpheus's own continued rejection of women following Eurydice's death, or simply as the uncontrollable frenzy this particular form of worship was believed to produce, tore him apart with their own bare hands, scattering the pieces of his body across the countryside, his own severed head, according to the most haunting version of this story, still singing as it floated down a river toward the sea, refusing even in death to stop making the one thing he had ever truly been able to offer the world. Both hands of Orpheus's own story are, in the end, unusually close together compared to every other figure this account has introduced you to tonight, because unlike Heracles or Jason or Theseus, Orpheus never hurt anyone else across the whole of his own story, not through cruelty, not through carelessness, not through pride. In one hand, a man whose love and whose grief were strong enough to move the single, most immovable power in the entire cosmology, the finality of death itself, however briefly and however incompletely, an act of pure devotion this entire mythology never once attempted to grant any other mortal, before or after him. In the other hand, not a single crime at all, but simply the plain, unbearable weight of being human enough to need, at the worst possible moment, exactly the one thing he had been asked not to need, and paying for that single moment of ordinary human weakness with the very thing he had crossed into death itself trying to save. If Achilles' story asks what it costs to choose glory over an ordinary life, and Oedipus' story asks what happens when careful choices cannot outrun a fate already fixed before birth, Orpheus' story asks something quieter, and, this account would argue, considerably closer to the bone. What does it cost, simply, to love someone enough that losing them the smallest second time becomes unbearable, even after you have already, once, done the impossible to win them back? Two final figures belong in this company before the whole night turns toward its own close, and both of them earn their place less through monsters slain than through a single, shared theme this account has already brushed against more than once tonight without ever naming directly: the particular danger of a gift or a cleverness that outruns the wisdom needed to use it responsibly. The first of these figures never fought a single battle in his entire life, and is remembered today less for anything he personally did than for a single, devastating instant of parental grief that has outlived nearly every other story in this whole mythology for its sheer universal recognizability. His name was Daedalus, and he was, by every surviving account, the single most gifted craftsman and inventor the Greek world ever imagined, credited across this tradition with inventing tools as fundamental as the axe, the level and the drill, and with carving wooden statues so lifelike that ancient sources claim they had to be chained down to keep them from wandering off on their own. It was Daedalus, brought to the court of King Minos in Crete, who built the labyrinth this account has already told you about in Theseus' own story, the vast winding structure designed specifically to contain the Minotaur. And it was Daedalus, too, who had earlier provided Pasiphae, the Cretan queen, with the hollow wooden cow that let her conceal herself well enough to conceive the Minotaur with the bull in the first place. An act of engineering this account will name honestly as morally troubling regardless of how much genuine skill it required, since Daedalus lent his own considerable talent to a scheme that produced, in the end, a monster whose eventual death cost the lives of Athenian children for years afterward. When Minos discovered the queen's own secret and traced its origin back to Daedalus' own hands, the craftsman fell out of royal favour entirely and was imprisoned, along with his young son Icarus, inside the very labyrinth he himself had designed, trapped by his own genius in a structure no one, not even its own architect, could navigate without a plan. Unable to escape by land or by sea, since Minos controlled every ship leaving the island and watched the coastline too closely for any boat to slip past unnoticed, Daedalus turned, as this mythology's own most brilliant minds so often do, to a solution no one had ever attempted before him. He gathered feathers of every size, from the smallest down to the largest flight feathers he could find, and bound them together with thread and wax into two great pairs of wings, one sized for himself and one, smaller, for his son, intending to fly them both to freedom over the open sea where no ship could possibly follow. Before they took flight, Daedalus gave his son a single, simple warning, and this account intends to tell it in full, because everything that follows depends entirely on how completely that one warning was, or was not, actually heeded. Icarus was to fly neither too low, where the sea's own spray might dampen and weigh down the feathers, nor too high, where the sun's heat might soften and melt, the wax holding the whole fragile construction together, but to hold instead a careful, disciplined middle course between the two, following his father's own path exactly, neither too cautious nor too bold. Father and son leaped from the tower where they had been imprisoned and found, to their own genuine astonishment, that the wings actually worked, carrying them both up and out over the open water, farmers and fishermen below reportedly mistaking them for gods as they passed overhead. Icarus, young and giddy with a freedom and a power no mortal boy had ever possessed before him, and drunk, this account will say plainly, on exactly the kind of intoxicating success this whole night has already shown you undoing Bellerophon in almost identical fashion, forgot his father's warning almost the moment the ground fell away beneath him, climbing higher and higher, delighted by the height, and by the sheer, impossible thrill of flight itself, ignoring his father's own increasingly desperate calls to come back down and hold the middle course they had agreed on. The sun's heat did exactly what Daedalus had warned it would do, softening and finally melting the wax holding the feathers of Icarus's wings together, and the boy, feeling his own wings come apart beneath him piece by piece, fell from the sky into the sea below, drowning in the waters that would carry his name ever afterward, the Icarian Sea, while his father, turning back too late to catch him, could only watch his son fall and call his name uselessly into the empty air where, moments earlier, Icarus had still been flying beside him. It is worth sitting, honestly, with how completely this single story, told in only a few sentences by the ancient sources that preserve it, has managed to outlast nearly every longer and more elaborate myth this whole night has told you, because nearly everyone alive today, whether or not they could name a single labour of Heracles or a single suitor of Penelope, already knows the shape of Icarus falling from the sky, a story so distilled and so universally recognisable that it survives today almost entirely as metaphor, invoked constantly, in business and in art, and in ordinary conversation alike, any time ambition is warned against flying too close to its own version of the sun. This account would gently suggest that the story survives so completely precisely because it asks nothing of its listener beyond a single, devastatingly simple image, a father's warning, a son's joy, and a fool no one, however brilliant, could actually fly fast enough to reverse. Daedalus's own grief did not end with his son's death, and his story, like so many others this whole night has told you, does not let him rest in mourning alone for very long before adding one further complication to his own moral portrait. Years before Icarus was ever born, Daedalus had taken on his own young nephew, a boy named Talos or Perdix, depending on which ancient source you trust, as an apprentice, and the boy proved, disturbingly quickly, every bit as inventive as his own uncle, credited by several traditions with inventing the saw after observing the spine of a fish and the compass used for drawing circles, inventions of exactly the kind Daedalus himself had always been most celebrated for producing. Daedalus, consumed by a jealousy this account will name honestly rather than excuse, pushed his own gifted young nephew from the height of the Acropolis in Athens, murdering him in a fit of professional envy no version of this story ever tries to soften into anything more forgivable, and fled into exile, eventually landing in the very court of King Minos, where the rest of his own story, the labyrinth, the wooden cow, and finally his own son's death, would go on to unfold. Both hands of Daedalus's own story sit, in this account's honest reading, considerably closer together than either hand alone might first suggest, because his single greatest sorrow, Icarus falling from the sky, and his single ugliest crime, a nephew pushed from a rooftop out of jealousy, share the exact same underlying root. A genius so total that Daedalus himself seems, across every version of his own story, never quite able to fully control what that genius produced once it left his own hands. Whether that meant a wooden cow that produced a monster, wings that could not survive a boy's own joy, or a fury toward a rival talented enough to threaten his own reputation. This account will not pretend Icarus's death was any kind of deserved punishment for his father's earlier crime against Talos, because no honest reading of this myth supports that kind of tidy moral arithmetic. But it's worth noticing all the same that Daedalus's entire story is built around exactly the same warning his own final words to his son tried, too late, to deliver. That even the most extraordinary gift, wielded without enough caution or enough humility about its own limits, tends, sooner or later, to cost the person wielding it something they never intended to lose. The second of these two final figures belongs less to any single quest than to an entire lifetime spent, quite literally, as one soul divided between two bodies, and his story offers this whole long night something it has not quite offered you anywhere else across its entire length. A genuinely happy ending, purchased not through triumph over any monster at all, but through one brother's simple, total refusal to accept a world that would keep him separated from the other. Their names were Castor and Pollux, twin sons of Leda, Queen of Sparta, though their own origin carries the same divided parentage this account has already shown you, shaping Heracles' and Theseus' lives, since Leda, on the very same night, lay with her own mortal husband Tyndareus, and, in one of this mythology's stranger unions, with Zeus himself, who came to her disguised as a swan, so that of the two sets of twins she bore that night, Pollux, and, in most versions, their sister Helen, the very woman whose own abduction would one day launch the Trojan War, were fathered by Zeus and born immortal, while Castor and their other sister Clytemnestra were fathered by Tyndareus and born entirely mortal, two brothers raised together as inseparable twins from infancy, one of them destined to live forever, and the other destined, like every ordinary mortal man in this entire mythology, eventually to die. Castor and Pollux, known together across the whole of Greek tradition as the Dioscuri, grew up sharing everything a pair of twin brothers might share. Castor renowned above all as a horseman and a warrior, Pollux as a boxer whose skill in that violent sport made him nearly unbeatable in every contest he entered, and the two of them sailed together. This account will note briefly, among the very crew of the Argo, whose own voyage this night has already told you in full, fighting side by side through storm and battle alike exactly the way inseparable brothers so often do. Their bond, though, was tested in a way this mythology reserves for very few of its figures, when Castor, mortal all along despite a lifetime spent fighting beside an immortal brother as though the difference between them had never actually mattered, was killed in a violent dispute over stolen cattle and a broken marriage promise involving two other sets of twin cousins, a quarrel this account will not dwell on in exhaustive detail, since its own particulars matter considerably less than what happened immediately afterward. Pollux, watching his own twin brother die in his arms, was overcome by a grief this account has already shown you, in Achilles' own story, capable of driving even the mightiest heroes to violence and despair alike, and begged his own father Zeus for the one thing no other figure in this entire mythology had ever successfully requested on another person's behalf, to be allowed to die alongside his brother, rather than live forever, while Castor remained lost to him in death. Zeus, moved by a devotion this account would argue outshines nearly every other act of love this whole long night has described, offered his son an alternative considerably stranger and considerably more generous than the simple death Pollux had actually asked for. The two brothers would share Pollux's own immortality between them, spending alternating days, in the version of the story most widely told, one day among the living gods on Olympus, and the next day down among the dead in the underworld with Castor, trading places back and forth for all eternity, so that neither brother would ever again have to exist for very long without the other. It is worth sitting, honestly, with how different this single arrangement is from nearly everything else this whole night has shown you about what the gods were willing to grant a grieving mortal. Orpheus asked for his wife back entirely, and lost her again in a single unguarded instant. Heracles earned his own godhood only after 12 labours of atonement for an unforgivable act. Pollux asked for nothing but continued closeness to a brother he had already lost, and was given, in return, an arrangement that guaranteed exactly that closeness would never again be broken. An outcome this account believes stands as the single, gentlest and most purely loving resolution offered to any figure across the entire length of tonight's story. Later, Greek and Roman tradition placed the twins together among the stars as well. The constellation Gemini, the twins, still visible overhead through the winter months, two bright points of light travelling the sky in permanent, inseparable company. One brother's own mortal death answered, in the end, not with permanent separation, but with an eternity spent taking turns, each day, choosing each other all over again. Both hands of Castor and Pollux's own story, held together at the very end of this account's long procession through Greek heroism, look almost nothing like the pattern nearly every other figure tonight has followed, and this account wants to name that difference plainly before moving on, because it matters. There is no wound hidden beneath this particular labour, no abandoned wife, no murdered child, no city burned to purchase this ending. There is simply one twin's total refusal to accept an eternity spent apart from the other, and a father generous enough for once in this entire long mythology to grant that refusal exactly the shape it asked for rather than some lesser, more convenient substitute. If this whole night has spent its many hours insisting that heroism nearly always costs someone else more than the glory itself ever repaid them, Castor and Pollux stand together as this account's one clear exception to that entire rule, proof that this mythology, for all its cruelty and all its casual collateral grief, was still capable, at least once, of imagining a form of greatness that cost absolutely no one anything at all, except perhaps the two brothers' own willingness to spend eternity taking turns, rather than simply choosing to be selfish with the single gift only one of them had actually been born holding. One more name belongs here, earlier by right than nearly everyone else this whole night has introduced you to, because without him, the very city that produced Heracles' ruined family and Oedipus's own doomed household would never have existed at all to produce either tragedy in the first place. His name was Cadmus, and he founded Thebes generations before either of those two later catastrophes ever unfolded within its walls, and his own story deserves to be told here, out of strict chronological order, but very much in keeping with the way this whole night has already shown you these old family stories looping backward and forward across one another, because it explains something this account has not yet had the chance to name plainly, that the household this whole night opened inside, Heracles kneeling in the wreckage of his own family, and the household Oedipus would later, generations afterward, tear apart entirely by accident, were, in fact, the very same household, built on the very same ground, by the very same founding man. Cadmus was a prince of Phoenicia, sent out from his own home by his father with a single, seemingly impossible task: find his sister Europa, who had been abducted by Zeus disguised as a bull and carried off across the sea, and do not return home again until he had found her. Cadmus searched for years without success, since Europa had in fact been carried all the way to Crete and would never return to her original home at all. And rather than continue an impossible search forever, or return home in open defiance of his own father's command, Cadmus consulted the oracle at Delphi, the same oracle that has already, across this entire night, delivered warning after warning to nearly every household this account has told you about, and was instructed to abandon the search entirely, follow a particular cow he would find grazing nearby, and found a new city on the exact spot where that cow finally chose to lie down and rest. Cadmus followed the cow as instructed, and when it finally lay down on a stretch of open ground in the region that would come to be called Boeotia, he prepared to sacrifice it in gratitude to Athena, sending his own men to a nearby spring to fetch water for the ritual, only to discover that the spring was guarded by a dragon sacred to the war god Ares, a monstrous serpent that killed every one of the men Cadmus had sent, one after another, before Cadmus himself finally went to investigate their disappearance and kill the dragon in the fight that followed. A genuine feat of solitary courage this account will name plainly, alongside everything else this whole night has already shown you men achieving with far less justification and far more collateral damage attached. It was what Cadmus did next, on the goddess Athena's own direct instruction, that produced one of the strangest and most violently self-defeating images in this entire mythology, and it is worth telling in full because it echoes, this account will note honestly, the very same dragon's teeth trial this night has already shown you Jason surviving in Colchis decades later, a detail that is not coincidence at all, but a direct borrowing, since the later story of Jason's own trial was explicitly modelled by ancient audiences on this earlier one belonging to Cadmus. Athena instructed Cadmus to sow the dead dragon's teeth into the earth like seeds, and from that planted ground sprang instantly a full company of armed warriors, fully grown and immediately hostile, who began fighting one another the moment they rose from the soil, exactly the way the warriors born from Jason's own dragon's teeth would one day do as well. Cadmus, following Athena's further guidance, threw a stone into the middle of the fighting, and the warriors, unable to determine which of their own number had thrown it, turned on each other in escalating confusion, until only 5 survived the resulting slaughter, and it was these 5 surviving warriors, called the Spartoi, meaning the sown men, who became, alongside Cadmus himself, the founding fathers of the great noble families of Thebes, a city whose very origin story, this account will name plainly, was built on a foundation of violent, self-inflicted and largely pointless death, among men who had done nothing to deserve it beyond the simple accident of having just been born from the same planted ground. Cadmus served a period of penance for killing the sacred dragon, exactly the kind of atonement this account has already shown you Heracles undertaking for a very different crime, and was eventually rewarded once that penance was complete, with marriage to Harmonia, daughter of Ares and Aphrodite, a wedding celebrated, according to the tradition, by the gods themselves descending from Olympus to attend in person, an honour granted to no other mortal wedding in the whole of this mythology. But even this gift arrived carrying its own hidden cost, in a pattern this whole night has trained you by now to expect without being surprised by it. Among the wedding gifts Harmonia received that day was a necklace, forged by the god Hephaestus himself, that carried within it a curse destined to bring ruin to nearly every person who ever wore it across the coming generations, a single beautiful object that would go on, this account will note without pursuing every later thread, to doom a whole succession of later owners across several entirely separate stories this mythology tells about it. The curse attached to that necklace, whether or not you choose to read it as the literal cause or simply as this mythology's own poetic explanation for what actually happened, settled itself with real and devastating consistency over Cadmus's own descendants across the generations that followed his founding of the city. His daughter Semele was incinerated by the full, unveiled glory of Zeus's own divine presence after being tricked by a jealous Hera into asking her divine lover to reveal himself to her in his true form, though her unborn son by Zeus a child who had become the god Dionysus, survived the incineration and was carried to term sewn into his own father's thigh. His daughter Agave, in a fit of divine madness sent by that very same god Dionysus in punishment for the Theban royal family's own disrespect toward his worship, tore her own son Pentheus apart with her bare hands during a Bacchic frenzy, mistaking him for a wild animal, and carried his severed head back into the city in triumph, before the madness finally lifted and she understood, with a horror this account will not pretend is any less devastating than Heracles' own similar realization at the very start of tonight, exactly what she had actually done. And it was into this same cursed and repeatedly grief-stricken royal line, several generations further still, that Oedipus himself would eventually be born, meaning that the household whose own catastrophe this account described to you at length earlier tonight was never simply one family's isolated misfortune, but the latest chapter in a curse that had been quietly working its way through Cadmus's own bloodline since the very night of his daughter Harmonia's wedding. Cadmus and Harmonia's own end, when it finally arrived, carries one final image worth holding on to before this account lets their whole family rest, because it offers something almost nowhere else in this entire mythology bothers to offer: an old age spent choosing, deliberately and together, an escape from the human grief that had followed their entire family for generations. Grown old and worn down by decades of watching their own children and grandchildren destroyed one after another by the curse attached to their own wedding day, Cadmus is said to have asked the gods, in his own final years, whether a serpent's life might not be preferable to the endless grief of a human one, given that it was a serpent, after all, whose death at his own hands had apparently set this entire cursed inheritance into motion in the first place. The gods granted the request, and Cadmus and Harmonia together were transformed, gently and without violence, into a pair of serpents, living out whatever years remained to them side by side in that new and simpler shape, spared at last from watching any further grandchild's death. A quiet, strange mercy. This account will name honestly as one of the few endings across this entire long night that reads less like tragedy and more like two exhausted people finally being allowed to set an unbearable weight down. Both hands of Cadmus's own story matter less for what he personally did, since his own individual acts, killing a dragon, sowing its teeth, founding a city, were genuinely more heroic than harmful by any honest accounting. This whole night has offered anyone else tonight, and matter more for what this account would call the quieter, structural half of the thesis this whole night has been building. That heroism in this mythology was never a single isolated event at all, but something that could curse an entire bloodline for generations after the original hero himself was long dead. Cadmus's own dragon-slaying rippling forward through Semele's incineration, Agave's madness, and finally Oedipus's own unwitting catastrophe, each one, in its own way, still paying interest on a debt none of them had personally incurred, simply for having been born into the family a single genuinely admirable act of courage had once founded. One final figure from the war outside Troy belongs in this account, before the whole company can be properly counted, and his story literalizes this whole night's central thesis so directly, so nearly without metaphor at all, that it feels almost like the mythology itself. Somewhere across the many centuries this story has been told and retold, finally decided to simply say the quiet part plainly. His name was Philoctetes, and he sailed for Troy among the very first wave of Greek ships, carrying with him the great bow and arrows of Heracles himself, given to him as a reward for being the only man willing to light Heracles' own funeral pyre atop Mount Ota, when every other companion present, this account will note, was too afraid of the dying hero's own agony and divinity both to strike the flame. On the way to Troy, stopping at a small island to perform a sacrifice, Philoctetes was bitten on the foot by a serpent, either sent by a goddess offended by the sacrifice's own location, or simply encountered by ordinary misfortune depending on which ancient source you trust. and the wound that resulted refused across the following days and weeks to heal at all, festering instead into a constant, agonizing sore that filled the air around him with a stench so unbearable that his own fellow soldiers could not sleep, could not eat, and could not perform their own sacrifices in his presence without the wound's own smell ruining the ritual entirely. Philoctetes' own cries of pain, too, never fully stopped, a continuous, exhausting reminder to every man near him of a suffering none of them could actually do anything to relieve. The Greek commanders, faced with an otherwise capable warrior whose own wound had made him, in the most literal sense, impossible to keep close to, made a decision this account will name honestly as one of the coldest and most pragmatic abandonments in this entire mythology. They left him behind, marooned alone on the deserted island of Lemnos, taking his ship and his men onward to Troy without him, and sailed away, leaving a wounded man to survive alone, with nothing but Heracles' own great bow to hunt for food. For the entire 10 years the siege of Troy would go on to last, receiving no rescue, no message, and no acknowledgement at all from the very army he had set out to join. It was only in the war's final year, when a captured Trojan prophet revealed that Troy could never actually fall without Heracles' own bow present on the battlefield, that the Greek commanders, faced with the plain military necessity of a weapon only Philoctetes still possessed, finally sent a ship back to Lemnos to retrieve the very man they had abandoned a full decade earlier. Odysseus himself among the men sent to persuade him, the same Odysseus whose own cleverness this account has already shown you was rarely troubled by much scruple when a war's outcome hung in the balance. Philoctetes, understandably furious at the very men who had left him to rot alone for 10 years, suddenly needing him again now that his wound had become useful, rather than merely inconvenient, initially refused outright, and it took considerable persuasion, and in Sophocles' own surviving play about the episode, the direct intervention of Heracles' own ghost, urging him to set his justified fury aside for the sake of the war's larger outcome, before Philoctetes finally agreed to return. He arrived at Troy still carrying the same festering wound, still in the same unrelenting pain he had carried for a full decade alone, and it was that bow, in his own hands, that finally killed Paris, the Trojan prince whose own theft of Helen had started this entire 10-year catastrophe in the first place. A fitting enough resolution, this account would argue, for a weapon that had once belonged to a hero this whole night has already shown you was poisoned to death by an arrow dipped in exactly the same venomous blood that had, decades later, likely worsened Philoctetes' own wound as well. It is worth naming plainly, one final time, exactly why this single story matters so much to everything this whole long night has been trying to say. Philoctetes was not destroyed by his own pride, the way Bellerophon was, or by his own fury, the way Achilles so often nearly was. He was discarded, with cold and calculated efficiency, by the very people he had sailed to help, the moment his own suffering became an inconvenience to their own comfort, and welcomed back with equal coldness the moment that same suffering, and the weapon it happened to be attached to, became useful again. His wound was never a footnote to his own heroism, hidden away the way this whole night has shown you so many other heroes' private costs get hidden away behind their public glory. His wound was the entire reason Troy finally fell at all. Labour and cost fused so completely into a single object, a single bow carried by a single suffering man, that this mythology, for once, could not manage to separate the two, even if it had wanted to. It feels right, having now told you Achilles' own story in full, to circle back once, briefly, to the wedding that made his entire life possible in the first place, because that single celebration is where nearly every thread this whole night has followed actually first tangled together. And this account has, until now, only ever gestured toward it in passing. When the sea nymph Theseus was finally married off to the mortal Peleus, exactly as this account has already told you the old prophecy about her future son required, The gods themselves attended the Chiron endured that unending agony for what several sources describe as a considerable stretch of time, until, at last, a solution arrived from an entirely different corner of this whole family's story. Prometheus, still chained to his own mountain for the crime of giving fire to mankind, whose freedom this account has already told you tonight. Heracles eventually required, according to one particular strand of this tradition, an immortal willing to trade places with him, surrendering their own immortality in exchange for his release. And Chiron, in unbearable pain, and finding in death an escape he could not otherwise reach, volunteered. He gave his own immortality to Prometheus, and in doing so finally became mortal for the first time in his entire existence, and died, at last, released from a wound that had been tormenting him without any hope of ending. A suffering teacher's final act of both self-mercy and genuine generosity folded into the very same choice. This account would suggest that Chiron's own story closes the whole of tonight's argument more completely than almost any other single figure could, because it inverts, in one final and deeply moving turn, everything this account has spent so many hours describing. Every other hero tonight paid a private cost for a public glory, a wife and children for 12 labours, a woman's whole life for a race won through sabotage, a brother for an escape at sea. Chiron alone paid with his own immortality, the single thing every other figure across the whole of this mythology, mortal and hero alike, spent their entire lives desperately trying to win, and he paid it not for glory at all, not for a monster slain or a war won, but simply, quietly, to end an agony a friend's own accident had caused him, and, in the very same breath, to free another suffering figure this account has already told you about tonight from a torment of his own. If there is a single truest hero hiding inside this entire crowded company, this account would gently suggest it may be the gentle, patient teacher standing just behind nearly all of the louder, more famous names. A figure who never once fought for his own fame at all, and who chose, in the end, when finally given the one thing he had never had, mortality itself, to spend it immediately on someone else's freedom rather than his own. Every name this account has now given you in full deserves, before this long night turns toward its own close, to be counted together honestly, all at once, in the way none of them were ever quite counted while their individual stories were being told, because a thesis stated only in scattered pieces across many separate hours risks losing its own total weight, and the weight of what this whole company actually cost. The people standing nearest to it deserves to be felt in full, rather than only in fragments. 3 children and a wife, killed by Heracles' own hands in a single afternoon of madness. 3 more children, Jason's own sons among them, killed by Medea in a single afternoon of calculated fury. A father dead in the sea because a son forgot to change a sail. A son dead because a father believed an unverified letter over his own child's word. A mother's own grief repeated across 5 swallowed infants in an entirely different corner of this same mythology, the same pattern of quiet, uncounted maternal loss echoing forward through generation after generation of this mythology's own families. A young man crippled and blinded for flying too close to Olympus. A young woman abandoned asleep on a beach after saving 14 lives, including the very man who left her there. A city burned to the ground and an infant thrown from its own walls so that a war's own winning side could sleep more easily afterward. More than 100 men killed in a single afternoon inside one returning husband's great hall. A wife and mother who tore out her own life rather than continue living inside a truth her own son's careful goodness had accidentally, inevitably uncovered. Set every one of those losses side by side the way this account has now finally set them, and a pattern becomes impossible to miss that no single story, told in isolation, would ever quite reveal on its own. Nearly every act this mythology remembers as heroic carried, folded invisibly inside it, an act of destruction visited on someone who never asked to be part of the story at all. A wife, a child, a bystander, an entire city's worth of ordinary people who wanted nothing more than to live out their own unremarkable lives undisturbed by a hero's own glory. This is the wound this whole night has been trying, name by name, to hold up beside the labour, and having now walked the length of this entire company once, it is finally possible to say the whole thesis plainly and completely, rather than only in the scattered pieces it has arrived in across each individual story. Greek heroism, in nearly every single case this account has shown you tonight, was purchased not merely at the hero's own cost, the wounds and the labours and the grief every one of these figures carried in their own bodies, but at a second, quieter cost paid almost entirely by people who never appear in any statue, any epithet, or any hero cult at all, and a story willing to remember only the first cost while forgetting the second has never actually been telling the whole truth about what a hero was. It is worth setting this entire Greek tradition now beside a few of its own neighbours and descendants, because heroism of exactly this particular, costly shape was never unique to the Greek world alone, and seeing it echoed elsewhere helps clarify precisely what made the Greek version distinctive. The oldest surviving heroic epic in the whole of human history was not Greek at all, but Mesopotamian, the Epic of Gilgamesh, composed in cuneiform on clay tablets in the region of modern-day Iraq more than 1,000 years before Homer's own poems reached anything close to their familiar form, telling the story of a king who, much like Heracles, is part divine and part mortal, whose own closest companion, a wild man named Enkidu, dies partway through the story in a loss that sends Gilgamesh, much like Achilles after Patroclus, into a grief so total it drives him to attempt the very thing Orpheus would later attempt in his own very different tradition, a direct confrontation with death itself, seeking out the secret of immortality and, in the end, like Orpheus, failing to secure it, forced instead to return home and accept, as the poem's own final and hard-won wisdom, that no hero, however strong or however beloved by the gods, can ultimately outrun the same mortality every ordinary person eventually has to make peace with. Look northward instead, centuries later, to the sagas and Eddas of Norse mythology, and a very different relationship between glory and cost comes into view, one worth naming here, because the contrast sharpens exactly what the Greek tradition was actually doing with its own heroes. Norse heroism, embodied above all in the warriors chosen to spend their afterlife feasting in Valhalla, was built explicitly and openly around death in battle as the single highest achievement a warrior could aspire to, an entire culture's afterlife structured specifically to reward exactly the kind of glorious, violent death Achilles chose for himself when he traded a long life for an immortal name. But where Achilles' own choice is treated by Homer with real ambivalence, a grief so total at Patroclus' death that it calls the whole value of that earlier choice into serious question, Norse mythology offers its warriors considerably less ambivalence about the trade itself, structuring an entire cosmology, up to and including the inevitable, foretold destruction of the gods themselves at Ragnarok, around the idea that a glorious death was not a tragic cost to be weighed against a peaceful life, but simply the whole point, the only ending actually worth training an entire life toward. The Greek tradition, by contrast, seems considerably less settled on that question, giving you, across this entire night, heroes who chose glory and heroes who never wanted it at all, and refusing, again and again, to simply endorse the trade the way the Norse tradition more consistently does. Centuries after both of these older traditions, a new heroic literature would take shape across medieval Europe that borrowed the Greek pattern's own shape almost without alteration. The knights of Arthurian legend gathered around a single round table the way this account has already shown you. Jason gathered his own crew aboard the Argo, sent out on quests towards singular, glittering objects, a holy grail standing in for a golden fleece, facing monsters and enchantments, and their own private moral failures along the way, Lancelot's own betrayal of his king through his love for Guinevere echoing, this account would argue, something genuinely close to the same shape as Paris's theft of Helen from Menelaus, a single act of desire between two people ultimately unravelling an entire kingdom built around them. It is worth noticing briefly how directly this later European tradition drew on the Greek pattern this whole night has spent so many hours describing, proof, if any more were needed, that the shape Greek myth gave to the idea of a hero, glory bought at private cost, has proven durable enough to be borrowed and rebuilt by nearly every subsequent culture that inherited it, right up through the modern superhero stories still being told today, every one of them still quietly running on the same old engine. Extraordinary power, extraordinary deed, and, if the story is honest enough to include it, an extraordinary and rarely fully counted cost. That same old engine, remarkably, is still running today in places considerably more mundane and considerably more surprising than a modern film franchise threaded so thoroughly through the ordinary architecture of daily life that most people walking past its traces every single day never once pause to notice they are there at all. Say the word Herculean today, describing any task of extraordinary difficulty, and you are reaching, whether you know it or not, directly for the very name this account gave you a full account of tonight. A single Greek hero's own 12 labours compressed across 3,000 years of ordinary usage into a single adjective for anything that feels nearly impossible to accomplish. Call a long, wandering journey an odyssey, and you are borrowing in exactly the same way the shape of Odysseus's own 20-year road home. Point out someone's single hidden weakness inside an otherwise formidable strength, and you are almost certainly reaching for the phrase Achilles' heel, regardless of whether the speaker has ever read a single line of Homer or even knows the phrase's own origin at all. Describe a rigid, one-size-fits-all standard that forces everyone to conform to it regardless of their own individual shape. And you are, whether you realise it or not, reaching directly for Theseus's bandit Procrustes and his own single iron bed. Call an experienced, trusted advisor a mentor, and you're reaching for a character this account has not yet told you about directly, an old friend of Odysseus's named Minotaur, whose own form the goddess Athena repeatedly borrowed across the Odyssey to guide young Telemachus while his father was lost at sea, a single minor character's name surviving, across nearly 3,000 years, as the ordinary English word for exactly the kind of patient guidance he once offered. Look up on a sufficiently clear night, and this same company is still quietly waiting for you overhead, exactly the way this account has already told you the Titans and the Olympians are as well. The constellation Hercules, one of the largest in the entire night sky, still kneels overhead through much of the year, commemorating the strongest man who ever lived, and the constellation Perseus, rising each autumn, brings with it one of the single most reliable astronomical events of the entire calendar year, the Perseid meteor shower, streaking across the sky every August as the Earth passes through the debris trail of a comet, named for the constellation itself, which is to say, named indirectly, for a hero who once used a monster's own severed head to save a chained and innocent woman from the sea. Ariadne's own bridal crown still burns overhead as well. The constellation Corona Borealis, a small, real mercy in the actual night sky, for a woman this mythology's central hero once left asleep on an empty beach, and out past the orbit of Mars, scattered along the same orbital path as the planet Jupiter itself, astronomers have identified and named thousands of asteroids clustered at two stable points called Lagrange points, one cluster named collectively for the Greek heroes who fought at Troy, and the other for the Trojan defenders who fought against them, so that Achilles and Hector, who killed each other outside Troy's own walls nearly 3,000 years ago, now orbit the sun together forever, 60 degrees apart, neither one ever quite catching the other. A strange and quietly moving modern echo of a rivalry this account has already told you in full tonight. Even the human body itself still carries this company's own names, quietly inside its own anatomy. The strong tendon connecting the calf muscle to the heel bone, the single most commonly injured tendon in the entire human leg, is called in every anatomy textbook printed anywhere in the world today. The Achilles tendon, named directly and deliberately for the exact vulnerable point this account has already told you may or may not have actually existed in Homer's own oldest version of the story. A modern medical term still quietly arguing, every single time a surgeon or a physical therapist uses it, for the later and more famous version of Achilles' own myth, over the older and harder one. And it is worth noting briefly one final linguistic irony this account has not yet mentioned, because it says something quietly telling about how thoroughly popular memory can scramble even a story's most basic moral shape across enough centuries. To hector someone, in ordinary modern English, means to bully or to harangue them, a verb derived directly from Hector's own name, even though Hector himself, of every single figure this entire war produced, was by far the gentlest and the most reluctant fighter of them all. A man who fought not for glory but for his own wife and infant son and city. His name surviving today attached to exactly the kind of behaviour his own actual character in Homer's poem least resembled one final small proof, sitting quietly inside the English language itself, of exactly how much a name can lose, and how badly a name can be misremembered across 3,000 years of retelling. It feels right, this late into so long a night, to walk back through the whole of this company one final time before letting them go, not to repeat any single story in full again, but simply to hold the entire shape of what you have heard tonight in view all at once, the way a traveller might pause at the top of a final hill to look back once, briefly, at the whole long road they have just finished walking. You heard first about the very word hero itself, and learned that it never meant what 3,000 years of gradually narrowing translation has taught you to assume. It meant a rank rather than a virtue, a category of the restless dead rather than a badge for goodness, worshipped at local tombs by people who wanted power on their side rather than moral instruction. You heard about Perseus, sealed in a chest with his own mother and set adrift by a grandfather's fear, who killed a monster who may herself have been a victim first, saved a chained woman who had done nothing to deserve her chains, and became, in the story's own coldest irony, the very instrument of the exact prophecy. His grandfather's cruelty had accomplished nothing at all in trying to prevent. You heard about Bellerophon, wrongly accused, genuinely brave, cleverly triumphant over the Chimera, and thrown from the sky the single moment his own success convinced him he had earned a seat among gods he was never actually equal to. You heard, at the very centre of this whole long night, about Heracles, who opened tonight's story kneeling in the wreckage of a family his own madness had destroyed, and who spent every single year that followed trying, through 12 labours that asked him to use the exact same strength that had killed his own children, to atone for an afternoon that no labour was ever actually capable of undoing, rewarded in the end with the one thing this entire mythology denied every other hero this account has told you about tonight: true, permanent godhood. You heard about Theseus, who cleared a bandit road with nothing but his own courage, ended a tribute that was killing his own city's children, unified an entire country into the very city that would go on to invent democracy and tragedy and philosophy all at once, and who also left a woman asleep on a beach after she saved his life, forgot a sail that cost his father everything, and killed his own son on the strength of a letter he never once paused to question. You heard about Atalanta, abandoned at birth for the crime of being born a daughter, raised by a bear and by hunters, faster and sharper-eyed than every man who challenged her, until a goddess's own 3 golden apples took from her the one thing she had built her entire identity around defending. You heard about Meleager, killed not by any monster but by his own mother's impossible choice between a dead brother's claim and a living son's life, and about the log that had protected him since infancy. Burned at last in a single moment of grief, his own mother would take her own life over immediately afterward. You heard about Jason, who assembled the single greatest crew this entire mythological age ever produced and accomplished almost nothing of his own famous quest without a foreign princess's magic, a princess he later abandoned for a more convenient marriage, and who paid for that abandonment with his own 2 sons, killed by the very woman who had once burned every bridge back to her own old life in order to save his. You heard about Achilles, who chose with total clarity a short and glorious life over a long and forgotten one, whose fury at losing Briseis mattered less in the end than his grief at losing Patroclus, who dragged a dead man's body around a city in rage and then wept beside that same dead man's father within the very same handful of days, holding both cruelty and tenderness inside a single, unresolved portrait this account refused, all the way through, to simplify into either alone. You heard about Ajax, destroyed not by any enemy but by a political vote and a goddess's manipulation of the shame that vote left behind, and about Hector, no Greek hero at all but a defender who knew his city was doomed and fought for it anyway, for no reason grander than a wife and a son he loved. You heard about the fall of Troy itself, an old king killed at his own altar, an infant thrown from a wall, an entire city of women divided as spoils, the uncounted cost sitting quietly behind every verse of glory this war ever produced. You heard about Odysseus, whose cleverness ended that same war and whose pride, in a single unnecessary boast outside a blinded giant's cave, cost him every single man who had sailed with him from Troy, 10 years and hundreds of lives lost to a curse he had, in the most literal sense, called down upon his own head by name. You heard about his homecoming, a household under its own kind of siege, a wife whose patience and whose cleverness matched his exactly, and a reunion earned only after a final test built around a bed rooted, quite literally, into the living earth itself, a marriage too solid to ever be casually moved. You heard too about the massacre that reunion required, more than 100 men dead in a single afternoon, a cost this account named honestly rather than letting the satisfaction of the homecoming quietly erase it. You heard about Oedipus, who did everything a careful and genuinely good man could possibly have done to avoid the 2 worst crimes this mythology could imagine, and was delivered into both of them anyway by the very flight he undertook specifically to escape them, blinding himself not out of weakness but out of an honesty. This account has not seen matched by nearly anyone else across the whole of tonight, and who has received, at the very last, not with the punishment his early chapters seem to promise, but with a mysterious gentle welcome at Colonus that stands as this mythology's closest approach to suggesting that unearned suffering might, in the end, be answered with something kinder than the suffering itself ever was. And you heard, last of all, about Orpheus, who never hurt a single other person across the whole of his own story, who moved the single most immovable power in the entire cosmos with nothing but grief and music, and who lost everything anyway in the last half-second of an impossible journey, undone not by cruelty or pride, but by the plain, unbearable, entirely human need to look back at the face of someone he loved. Here, then, is the thesis this whole long night has been earning, one story and one grief at a time, ready now to be stated in full, rather than in the scattered pieces it has arrived in, across every hour that came before this one. A hero, in the oldest and most honest sense this word ever actually carried, was never a promise of goodness, and was never a guarantee that the person wearing the title had behaved in any way an ordinary person today would recognise as admirable. It was a status granted for scale rather than for virtue, for the sheer, undeniable size of a life, its labours and its losses both, and it was purchased, in nearly every single case this account has shown you tonight, with a second and considerably quieter depth that the glory itself was never built to remember. A wife, a child, a bystander, an entire city, someone standing close enough to the blast radius of a hero's own greatness to be permanently changed or permanently destroyed by it, and rarely, if ever, given a statue, an epithet, or a constellation of their own in return. This account does not offer that thesis as an argument for tearing any of these figures down, because it does not believe, and has not tried to argue across the whole of tonight, that Heracles' genuine courage, or Achilles' genuine grief, or Odysseus' genuine cleverness are somehow cancelled out by the cost that accompanied them. It offers it instead as the single overdue correction this whole tradition has needed for 3,000 years. that the labour and the wound were always the same story, told by the same poets, preserved in the same texts, and that only the passage of enough centuries, enough retellings, enough statues carved of the triumphant moment, and none of the grieving one, ever managed to separate them into two different stories at all, one remembered and one quietly, patiently forgotten. Return for a moment to the older and stranger meaning of the word hero this account gave you near the very start of tonight, because it deserves one final, fuller look now that the entire company it describes has actually been met in full. Pausanias, the travel writer this account has already told you walked the actual roads of Greece in the 2nd century of the Common Era, describes visiting dozens of hero shrines across his own travels, small local sites, often nothing more than a modest stone marker or a walled enclosure built over an ancient grave, where ordinary people still left offerings, wine poured directly into the earth rather than burned upward on an altar, the way offerings to the deathless gods were made. A distinction worth sitting with, honestly, because it tells you something real about how these worshippers actually understood the difference between the two categories. A god's offering rose as smoke toward the sky, while a hero's offering sank straight down into the ground, toward the very grave the hero's own continued power was believed to still occupy. Pausanias records shrines to Perseus in the region of Argos, to Theseus's own bones brought home from Skyros and reburied at the heart of Athens, with a festival held annually in his honour, to countless lesser figures this account has not had time to introduce tonight. Minor local heroes whose entire surviving fame amounted to a single shrine in a single village, protecting a single harvest or a single spring, precisely the kind of thinly documented, almost entirely silent figure that always seems to vanish from popular memory first and fastest. It is worth naming, too, a detail modern archaeology has only fully confirmed within the last century or so, because it adds a genuinely strange and moving layer to this entire tradition of hero worship. Many of the actual tombs the classical Greeks themselves built hero shrines on top of were not, in fact, graves of any Bronze Age warrior or king at all, but considerably older burial mounds, sometimes containing the fossilized bones of prehistoric animals, mammoths, and other now extinct giant creatures whose skeletal remains, unearthed by erosion or by ancient farming, would have appeared to the Greeks who found them unmistakably, unforgettably enormous, far larger than any ordinary human skeleton, and were assumed, reasonably enough given the evidence actually in front of them, to belong to the giant heroes and monsters their own myths had always described. A farmer ploughing a field and striking an impossibly large fossilized thigh bone had every reason, inside his own belief system, to conclude he had just discovered proof that Ajax the Great, or some other legendary giant of the heroic age, truly had once lived and died on that very spot, and to build a shrine there in response, meaning that at least some portion of this entire tradition of hero worship was, quite literally, built directly on top of the bones of a different and far older story altogether, one Greek mythology's own worshippers were never in a position to actually recognise for what it truly was. It is worth naming, too, one further category of source this account has drawn on all night, without ever pausing to explain it directly, because it is not made of words at all, and it has told us at least as much about how ordinary ancient Greeks actually pictured this entire company as any surviving poem has. Painted pottery, produced by the tens of thousands across workshops in Athens and Corinth, and a dozen other cities over several centuries, decorated with scenes from nearly every single story this account has told you tonight. Heracles wrestling the Nemean lion, Theseus battling the Minotaur, Achilles dragging Hector's body, Medea fleeing on her dragon-drawn chariot, survives today in museum collections across the entire world, in numbers large enough that modern scholars can trace vase by vase and decade by decade. Exactly which scenes from these myths a given generation of ordinary Greek households actually found compelling enough to want painted onto the everyday cups and jars they drank and stored oil from. A wine cup surviving from 5th century Athens showing Priam kneeling before Achilles tells us, in a way no surviving text quite manages on its own, that this single scene of an old king's grief mattered enough to ordinary Athenian households that they wanted it in front of them at their own dinner tables. A small, physical, thoroughly unliterary kind of evidence this account has leaned on throughout tonight just as heavily in its own way as anything Homer or Sophocles ever wrote down. This account would suggest gently that the underlying impulse behind that ancient practice, the desire to find a name and a story large enough to explain an object or a feeling too big to otherwise make sense of, has never actually left the human world at all, only changed its own particular shape across the centuries since. Stand today outside a modern stadium on the night of a championship game, and you will find crowds behaving in a way this account does not believe an ancient worshipper leaving wine at Theseus's own Athenian shrine would find entirely unfamiliar, chanting a single athlete's name, wearing that athlete's own number stitched onto their own bodies, the way an ancient supplicant might once have worn an amulet bearing a hero's image, believing, at least for the span of a single evening, that this one extraordinary person's presence on the field somehow changes the fate of an entire city gathered to watch them. Modern celebrity culture, for all its obvious differences from an ancient religious practice, still runs, this account would argue, on something recognisably similar to the same old engine this whole night has spent so many hours describing. Extraordinary scale conferring a kind of status that has very little to do, in the end, with whether the person holding it has actually behaved well, a status granted exactly the way it was granted to Heracles and to Theseus alike, for the sheer undeniable size of a life rather than for the quality of its choices, and just as prone, when the private cost behind that life eventually surfaces the way it always seems to the same uncomfortable, complicated reckoning this account has tried, honestly, to give every single figure across the whole of tonight. There is one further thread running underneath nearly every single story this account has told you tonight, quieter than the thesis about labour and wound this whole night has already named directly, and it deserves its own honest moment before the night finally closes, because it complicates, in a way this account finds genuinely humbling, any comfortable idea that these figures earned their own fates through choice and character alone. Look closely at exactly where each of tonight's catastrophes actually pivoted, and an uncomfortable amount of this entire mythology turns out to hinge not on deliberate choice at all, but on plain, unweighted chance. Perseus did not aim his discus at his own grandfather. The wind or simple bad luck carried it there instead, fulfilling a prophecy through pure accident that decades of a frightened old man's cruelty had utterly failed to prevent through deliberate design. Oedipus did not choose the crossroads where he met his own father any more than Laius did. Two strangers, travelling in opposite directions on entirely ordinary business, happened to need the same narrow passage at the same narrow moment, and an entire kingdom's fate turned on a dispute over right-of-way that could just as easily, on any other morning, never have happened at all. Achilles' own single vulnerable point, whether a heel untouched by a protective river, or simply the ordinary mortal luck of where an arrow happens to land on any given afternoon, was never a matter of his own courage or his own skill either, only of where, precisely, Paris's arrow happened to find him among every other inch of exposed human skin it might instead have missed entirely. This account does not raise this pattern to diminish anything genuinely admirable in the choices these figures did make. Perseus's courage before the Gorgon, Oedipus's honesty once the truth of the crossroads finally surfaced, Achilles' decision to return to a war grief alone compelled him back into. But it is worth naming honestly, one final time, because it complicates any comfortable moral this whole night might otherwise seem to be offering, that a great deal of what actually separated a celebrated hero from an anonymous casualty in this entire mythology was never virtue at all, but simple, unweighted luck. The particular arrow, the particular crossroads, the particular gust of wind on the particular afternoon. A discus happened to leave a particular hand. If that feels uncomfortable to sit with, this account would suggest it should, because it is very likely the single most honest thing Greek myth ever actually admitted about the true difference between the men and women this whole tradition chose to remember, and the countless others standing just as close to exactly the same dangers, who simply happened, on one ordinary afternoon or another, to be standing a few unlucky inches to the left or the right of where history decided to look. There is one further ledger this account has kept returning to all night without ever quite laying it out in full, and it deserves that full accounting now, because it sits underneath nearly every single tragedy this whole night has described. The gods themselves almost never actually paid for anything. Poseidon assaulted Medusa inside Athena's own temple, and suffered no punishment whatsoever, while Medusa herself bore the curse for it. Zeus fathered children onto mortal women again and again, Danae and Alcmene and Leda among them, and it was those women, not Zeus, who faced imprisonment, scandal, and Hera's own furious decades-long retaliation. Apollo guided the arrow that finally killed Achilles, and Aphrodite armed Hippomenes with the very apples that stripped Atalanta of the one contest she had built her entire identity around winning. And neither god ever answered to anyone at all for the mortal lives their own interventions permanently altered. Hera's grudge against Heracles began before he had drawn a single breath, and never once cost her anything beyond the trouble of arranging it, while Heracles himself spent his whole adult life paying, over and over, a debt he had never actually chosen to incur. This account does not raise this final ledger to suggest the gods should somehow have been written differently, since a mythology built around all-powerful, morally accountable deities would simply be a different religion, telling a different kind of story altogether. But it is worth naming plainly, at the very end of a night spent so carefully counting every mortal cost, that the single deepest asymmetry running underneath this entire tradition was never really between one hero and another at all, but between the mortals whose names this whole night has spent so many hours trying to rescue from silence, and the gods above them, whose own names never needed rescuing in the first place, because no century of retelling ever asked them to answer for anything they had done. There is a particular kind of gratitude worth extending, before this account lets even the sources themselves rest, to the handful of ancient writers whose own ordinary human choices are the only reason any of tonight's company survived long enough to reach you at all. A shepherd on a Greek hillside composing lines he believed the muses themselves had given him. A group of Athenian playwrights, working under real political pressure, in a city that did not always love being told uncomfortable truths about its own founding hero, choosing anyway to stage Medea's grief and Oedipus's blindness in front of thousands of their own citizens. A largely anonymous compiler, centuries later, patiently cross-referencing dozens of already disagreeing sources into a single genealogy so that a listener 2,000 years afterward could hold this entire sprawling family of heroes in their head without losing the thread. A travel writer walking actual dusty roads to actual crumbling shrines, taking the time to write down what he saw before it disappeared entirely. None of them could have known, doing this quiet, patient, often thankless work, that it would still matter to anyone at all this many centuries later. And yet here you are, and here this story is, having survived every single one of those centuries intact enough to still move someone lying in the dark tonight, on a continent none of those original storytellers ever knew existed. Consider, too, before this account turns fully toward its close, what this whole long night's argument might actually mean for a life considerably smaller and considerably quieter than any of the ones you have just spent so many hours listening to. Almost none of us will ever be asked to kill a monster, or sail after a fleece, or choose with total clarity between a short glorious life and a long forgotten one. Almost none of us will ever have a constellation named after our own worst mistake, or a tendon in our own leg carrying our name into every anatomy classroom for 3,000 years afterward. And yet this account would gently suggest that the actual shape of what made these figures worth remembering, once you strip away the monsters and the magic and the golden apples, was never really about scale at all, but about something considerably more available to an ordinary life than any of these old stories, at first glance might seem to allow. Showing up for a child who is not your own, the way the fisherman Dictys once did for a woman and a boy the sea had simply delivered to his feet, asking nothing in return. Holding a chest closed against the terror of open water and singing anyway, the way Danae is said to have done, not because the singing solved anything, but because it was the one thing left inside her power to give. Walking, the way Antigone walked beside her own blind and exiled father for years, asking for no glory and receiving none, simply because someone she loved needed a hand to hold on to and she had one to offer. If there is a quieter, second thesis hiding underneath the louder one this whole night has been arguing, it might be this: that the ordinary, unglamorous, largely unrecorded kindnesses scattered throughout tonight's entire company. A fisherman's decency, a sister's loyalty, a mother's song through a wooden wall, were never once less heroic than the labours this mythology chose to build its statues around. They were simply never given a monster to fight in order to prove it, and so no one ever thought to carve them into marble at all. Before this whole long company is finally allowed to rest, it feels right to name, one final time and all together, the people standing just behind tonight's more famous names, the ones this whole night has tried, across every single story, to bring a little further out of the silence that has held them for so long, because a night built around the promise of remembering the forgotten cannot close without actually naming them. Together one more time, the way a family might be introduced all at once in a single doorway, before scattering back into their own separate lives. There was Danae, who sang inside a sealed wooden chest on an open sea, refusing to let her own terror become the last thing her infant son ever felt. There was Dictys, a fisherman with nothing to gain, who raised another man's son as his own simply because the sea had asked it of him. There was Andromeda, chained to a rock for a boast her own mother made, and she herself never spoke, freed by a stranger who happened, this once, to arrive in time. There was Megara, and Therymachus, and Creontiades, and Deicune, a wife and 3 sons who deserved a longer life than a single afternoon of a god's cruelty allowed them, named here plainly, rather than reduced to the single-word tragedy so many retellings settle for instead. There was Iolaus, who stood beside his uncle Heracles through labour after labour and asked for no glory of his own in return. There was Deianira, who loved her husband enough to trust a dying stranger's final lie and paid for that trust with everything she had left to give. There was Ariadne, who handed a stranger a ball of thread that saved 14 lives and woke up alone on an empty beach for her trouble, given, in the end, a small and real mercy the story's own central hero never once thought to offer her himself. There was Phaedra, cursed with a passion she never asked for and never acted on, destroyed by a shame that was never truly hers to carry alone. There was Hippolytus, killed by his own father's fury before the truth ever had a chance to catch up to the lie that condemned him. There was Atalanta, who outran every man who challenged her until a goddess decided that was one victory too many to allow her to keep. There was Meleager, who loved fiercely enough to kill for it and died for that same fierce love inside a piece of ordinary household firewood his own mother had spent years protecting. There was Althea, torn between a dead brother and a living son, forced by this mythology's own cruelest arithmetic to choose, and choosing, in the end, with a grief this account has tried to honour rather than simply condemn. There was Medea, who burned every single bridge back to her own old life to save a man who decided, years later, that she was no longer worth what she had already cost her, and who answered that betrayal with a horror this account has never once tried to excuse, only to place honestly beside everything that was actually done to her first. There was Apsyrtus, a brother scattered across open water, so that a sister's own escape might be bought a little more time. There was Patroclus, whose death turned a war's entire momentum on the strength of one man's love for him. There was Briseis, treated as a prize by 2 proud men fighting over an insult neither one had actually caused, given almost no voice of her own in the very story her name still opens. There was Priam, who knelt and kissed the hands that had killed his own son, and was answered, for one brief evening, with a grief shared rather than a grief refused. There was Astyanax, an infant thrown from a wall, so a war's win inside might sleep a little easier that first night. There was Andromache, and Hecuba, and every nameless woman of Troy whose own city burned around her while the poets of the winning side wrote verses about swords and shields instead. There was Ajax, undone not by any enemy but by a vote, and a goddess's cruelty toward the shame that vote left behind. There was Hector, who knew his city was likely doomed and fought for it anyway, for no reason grander than a wife and a son he loved, his own name still misused today for exactly the kind of bullying his actual character never once resembled. There was Penelope, who outweighted 100 suitors with a shroud unwoven every night in secret, and who tested her own returned husband with a bed rooted into the living earth before she would let herself believe he'd actually come home. There was the crew of Odysseus, every single one of them, drowned or devoured or struck by lightning across 10 years of a curse their own captain had, in a single unnecessary boast, called down upon all of their heads at once. There was Odysseus's own mother, reached for 3 times in the underworld's own shifting crowd of shades, and embraced, each time, by nothing more than empty air. There was Jocasta, who loved a son she did not know was her own son, and who could not survive the moment she finally understood exactly what that love had actually been. There was Antigone, who walked beside her blind and exiled father for years, asking for no glory and receiving none, and who would go on in the years still ahead of her to pay her own devastating price for refusing to abandon a brother the same way she never once considered abandoning her father. There was Eurydice, gone in a single afternoon to a serpent hidden in ordinary wedding grass, and gone again, a second and final time, in the single unbearable half-second before her husband's own eyes finally reached the daylight. There was Orpheus's own severed head, still singing as it drifted down a river toward the sea, refusing even then to stop offering the one thing he had ever truly had to give. There was Icarus, drunk on a freedom no mortal boy had ever tasted before him, falling from a height his own father's warning had tried its best to keep him beneath. There was Daedalus, calling a son's name into empty air over open water, the single most gifted craftsman in the entire ancient world, discovering too late that no invention he had ever built could actually catch a falling child. There was Talos, a nephew's own bright and promising genius, pushed from a rooftop by the one man who should have been proudest of him. There was Castor, dying in his own twin brother's arms over a quarrel about stolen cattle, and Pollux, who loved him enough to ask a father for exactly half of forever, rather than accept the whole of it alone. There was Harmonia, married with the gods themselves in attendance, and cursed by the very necklace they brought as a gift, growing old enough, at the very last, to ask for a serpent's simpler life, instead of one more human grief. There was Semele, incinerated by a lover's own true and unbearable radiance. There was Pentheus, torn apart by his own mother's hands in a madness neither of them had asked for or deserved. There was Agave, carrying her own son's severed head home in triumph before the truth of what she held finally, unbearably arrived. Each one of these names, said aloud together like this, forms its own kind of family, not bound by blood the way the Titans or the Olympians were, but bound instead by exactly the thing this whole night has been trying to argue matters more than blood ever could. Proximity to greatness, and the cost that proximity so often demanded of them, a cost history has been considerably slower to carve into marble than it was to carve the greatness itself. Whatever is genuinely pressing on you tonight, whatever private ledger of your own you happen to be carrying into this exact hour, this account would gently offer you one last thought before releasing you from it entirely. You're very likely not going to be asked to kill a monster tomorrow, or to choose between a long-forgotten life and a short-remembered one, and the odds are equally good that no century from now will ever carve your own worst afternoon into a constellation for strangers to name a meteor shower after. But nearly everyone lying somewhere in the dark tonight, listening to this exact sentence, is carrying some quieter version of the same ledger. This whole night has spent so many hours trying to hold open in both hands at once. A labour you are proud of sitting right beside a cost you rarely let yourself name out loud. A strength that has occasionally, in its own smaller and far less mythological way, hurt someone you never meant to hurt at all. This account cannot undo any of that for you any more than it could undo what happened to Megara, or to Ariadne, or to Eurydice. But it can offer you perhaps the same thing it has spent this entire night trying to offer a company of old, half-forgotten heroes, the plain, steadying reminder that a wound held honestly beside its own labour is not a weakness to hide, but simply the whole and complete truth of what it actually costs to have lived a real life at all, monster or no monster, glory or no glory. Before you finally let go completely tonight, remember once more that a like and a subscribe would help this still small channel take one more genuine step toward the 10,000 subscribers it continues working its patient way toward, and that if you are hearing this on YouTube, new episodes actually reach Spotify for creators a little earlier than they reach here. The link waiting for you down in the description whenever you want to hear what comes next before almost anyone else does. And if Spotify carried you here first tonight, everything else this channel has told, every labour and every wound both, is only ever a single search away. Just look for Historian at Midnight on YouTube, and if it suits you, before your own eyes finally close, leave your city and your local time down in the comments, not because it changes one single word of anything you have just heard, but because there is something quietly steadying about knowing that some other tired stranger on some other side of the same turning planet drifted off tonight to the very same old, patient, finally fully counted company of monster killers and grieving mothers and abandoned wives. Close your eyes now, if they are not closed already, and let this long night's entire crowded company finally rest. Let Danae's song settle into silence at last, her son safely home behind him. Now, no matter how the sea once tossed that small wooden chest, let Megara and her 3 sons lie down together undisturbed, remembered tonight by name rather than folded into a single word called tragedy. Let Ariadne's own crown keep its quiet place among the stars, and let Penelope's rooted bed hold steady the way it always did, immovable, patient, exactly where it has always been. Let Eurydice's own face, turned back toward Orpheus for that one final instant, be something gentler now than farewell, simply a face remembered, the way this whole night has tried to remember every single face it could reach, monster and mortal and god and grieving parent all held, for a few hours, in the same patient, unhurried light. Thank you, as always, for spending these long, slow, unhurried hours here with me tonight, walking this whole crowded company home one name at a time. Good night and sweet dreams.